As a premier community in Hampton Roads, James City County strives to maintain a high quality of life for all citizens through sound fiscal management and legislative actions. In an ongoing effort to increase transparency, your Board of Supervisors holds public meetings to garner citizen input before making important decisions. Here is tonight's meeting agenda. Stay tuned. The Board of Supervisors meeting will begin shortly.
Good evening. I'd like to call to order the James City Service Authority Board of Directors regular meeting. Mr. Powell, please.
Good evening. Mr. Hippel.
Here.
Ms. Larson.
Here.
Mr. McGlinnan.
Here.
Mr. Eisenhower.
Here.
Ms. Knoll.
Here. Do we have any presentations from you, sir?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Public comment? Do we have
There
speaker?
are two public speaker cards.
Okay.
The first one is Mr. Jacob Payne.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening, board members. Thank you for allowing me to speak briefly in front of you today. My name is Jacob Payne from 8427 Sheldon Branch Place. I wanted to speak briefly in regards to an agenda topic that will be discussed later on this evening related to a requirement for us to connect to utilities for our property located on Forge Road. I appreciate the chance to meet with most of the board members individually to discuss our scenario and to take our concerns seriously. So it's great to be a part of a county that listens to its citizens and works for solutions to the individuals as well as for what's best for the county itself. I also want to share my appreciation for Mr. Powell at the JCSA, who has also listened to our concerns, and he's come this evening to speak about a couple options that should resolve some of the issues that we've run into for our particular scenario. I don't want to steal the thunder from Mr. Powell from the JCSA, since he's going to present the options in more detail later on, but I did want to voice my support for one of his solutions that he's found, option number 3B, which we don't feel is a change in the regulation, but it's actually just a clarification to one of the key terms that are included in the regulation, which we believe will allow it to more successfully accomplish what it was originally intended to accomplish. This particular solution is simple, logical, and achieves good business practice while providing a solution that is a win-win solution for ourselves and for the county. In summary, we're very hopeful the board will come to a similar conclusion this evening in support for option 3B. And again, we're very grateful for your time and your consideration on this matter. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The other public speaker is Mr. Chris Henderson.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the Board of Directors, Chris Henderson, 101 Keystone. I just had a couple of items for you. I had a chance to speak to Mr. Powell before the meeting, and he clarified a couple of issues of concerns that I had with respect to the recent announcement about PFAS in the Chickahominy and how that would impact our future water treatment plans should we be in a position of having to use water from the Chickahominy as a drinking water source. He tells me that that's more of an issue today for Newport News Waterworks because that is a supply point for them, and we're not currently using Chickahominy River water, but at some point in the future, we may very well need to. So we need to keep that top of mind because the additional processing will add cost to that plant should one need to be built. Also, we had a chance to talk briefly about the multitude of small private well systems and whether or not it makes sense to incorporate them into JCSA rather than having to maintain them and not allow them to benefit from JCSA water treatment facility and supply and vice versa. Those wells at Liberty Ridge and at Westport have capacity that may be necessary for Ford's Colony because or for JCSA because those systems are not operating at permitted capacity and they could be utilized in the event of a drought or a high demand by JCSA. And so I was delighted to hear from Mr. Powell that JCSA has in fact entered into agreements to take over those systems and utilize that capacity and assume responsibility for the maintenance of them. So I think that is all good news. And then my last question for the group in thinking ahead is about future water consumption needs and how are we going to meet that demand. You're going to be seeing in the next couple of months proposals for 1,000, 1,500 units of new housing. Well, how is that going to affect water demand? And do we have capacity currently available to meet that? Or are we going to have to be looking for additional water sources in the future? So thank you.
Thank you. Tonight's consent calendar consists of the following minutes adoption.
Move the adoption of the consent calendar.
Mr. Hippel?
Aye.
Ms. Larson?
Aye.
Mr. McGlinnan?
Aye.
Mr. Eisenhower?
Aye.
Ms. Knoll?
Aye. The public hearings tonight, the budget amendment and the United States Environmental Protection Agency Community Grant Award of $2,490,000 to the Tohono Water and Sewer Improvements. Mr. Howe, how will you please give a staff presentation?
As you know, JCSA received a community grant from the EPA in the amount of $2,490,000 for water and sewer infrastructure improvements in the Toano area. The water system improvements consist of replacing about 3,300 feet of 1970s era PVC water main pipe with ductile iron in the Lake Toano Estates neighborhood, and a contract for this project is on your agenda for your consideration later this evening. The sanitary sewer system improvements consist of replacing about 3,200 feet of 1950s era clay pipe with PVC in the Church Lane and School Lane area. This grant amount needs to be appropriated in the fiscal year 25 budget, and since the amount of the grant exceeds 1% of the total budget, a public hearing is required. Staff recommends adoption of the resolution amending the FY25 budget and appropriating the grant.
So we need to open a public hearing.
Yes, ma'am.
Does anyone wish to speak? No. Then we'll close the public hearing. Look to the board for discussion.
I'll move the resolution.
I just wanted to say that I thought there was something in the notes about how long you had been working, but I couldn't find that. But that's a tremendous grant. That'll make a very big difference to quite a number of homes. So I just wanted to say good job for doing that.
Thank you.
So,
And let's get that money quickly.
Yeah, right, right.
That's helpful. That's very helpful.
So-
Anybody else? Can I have a motion, please?
Motion to approve.
Mr. Hippel? Aye. Ms. Larson?
Aye.
Mr. McGlinnan?
Aye.
Mr. Eisenhower? Ms. Knoll?
Aye. And then we have board considerations, a contract award of $1,375,515 to Lake Toano Estates water main replacement. Mr. Powell.
As mentioned earlier, this project consists of replacing about 3,300 feet of water main along Tom Taylor Road, Branches Pond Road, and Warrens Pond Road. These existing water mains were installed in the 1970s and are 6-inch and 4-inch thin wall PVC. The existing 6-inch mains will be replaced with 8-inch ductile iron, and the existing 4-inch mains will be replaced with 4-inch ductile main. The project also includes new water meter services, new fire hydrants, and abandonment of the old water mains. 6 bids were received for this project. The Toano contractor was determined to be the lowest responsive bidder, and they have successfully completed work for JCSA in the past. The low bid was within $100,000 of our estimate. Funding for 80% of the construction cost is provided through the EPA grant, and the remaining 20% is available in the capital improvement budget. Staff recommends approval of the resolution.
Any questions for staff?
I'll move that resolution.
Mr. Hippel?
Aye.
Ms. Larson?
Aye.
Mr. McGlinnan?
Aye.
Mr. Eisenhower?
Aye.
Ms. Knoll?
Aye. Number 2, requirements to connect to the proposed subdivision on Forge Road.
At your last meeting, you asked me to present some options to you relating to the requirements to connect for a proposed subdivision located at 3026 Forge Road. The memo in your agenda packet begins with some important history and background on the requirements to connect, but in my presentation, I'm just going to focus on the options that were presented for potential changes. The first option in the memo is to do nothing, to simply follow the existing regulations, which would require the proposed subdivision to connect to JCSA water and sewer. Second option would be to remove the parcel from the PSA. However, in doing so, that would likely result in the property owner not being able to do what they want to do. So I'm not going to spend a lot of time discussing that option either. Third, there are a couple of different ways the regulations could be amended. One is to go back to the way the regulations were written during the 2020 update, which was simply to say that you had to be within 55 feet of JCSA infrastructure to connect. So that's one option. And then another option is the one that Mr. Payne mentioned during his comments, which is to, instead of requiring minor subdivisions to connect if they're within 1,000 feet of JCSA infrastructure, to modify that to say they only have to connect if they're within 1,000 feet of usable infrastructure. So that was, as outlined in the memo, if the regulations were changed to that effect, it would appear to have a very minimal impact throughout the PSA. We identified 5 parcels that we thought would be impacted by that. These types of analyses are by nature imprecise, but I am confident, based on the research that we did, that the impact would be relatively minimal. And then the other option that was presented was to allow either the general manager or the board of directors to make an exception to be able to grant a waiver. That does not currently exist in the regulations. I do not recommend that option, but it is an option if that is something you wanted to consider. That's a very brief overview of the options that we've identified, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
My first question was, as a board consideration without necessarily a resolution here, is what we're looking for is you're looking for guidance on how to proceed, and then you would bring back to us a resolution that would implement that direction. Correct?
That's correct, Mr. Eisenhower. My thought was, I think, based on the input that or the feedback that you give me tonight, we should be able to bring a resolution back at the meeting next month.
I support the 3B option of saying usable infrastructure, because they're 924 feet from a 2-inch line, which won't work, but they're over 1,000 feet from a usable. And so, although that does open up a couple of other options on some of these properties, I think it's very minimal, and it would only be applicable to minor subdivisions. Major subdivisions still going to have to connect anyway.
That's correct. Major subdivisions always have to connect under any circumstances.
And my concern is that I'm concerned about extending that water line not as far down Forge Road, like right to the edge of the PSA, because then the next pressure is, well, it's right next door. Can't we move it outside for you? So, and the creeping of the lines is something I worry about. But I think this will allow the Paynes to do what they need to do and protect the best interests of the county. So that's my recommendation.
I'll just pipe in and say that, first of all, that of the 5 parcels you identified, 4 of them are in the Roberts district. But it also appears to me that most of them would have very little development potential through a combination of relatively small lot sizes and probable implications of the RPA, which would restrict development as well. So it does seem to me that if these are the five parcels, that we're probably not really opening the door very much to any potential increase. So I'd be willing to do 3B.
So first, I want to thank you for your willingness to sit down with the Paynes and try to work for a compromise, and also for taking the time to find something that you felt would have the least amount of impact moving forward. The one concern I have, though, is when you and I spoke yesterday, I believe you mentioned something about fire. Could you talk about that?
Right, obviously, if a subdivision, minor or major or whatever, if a subdivision is allowed to proceed without connecting to JCSA infrastructure, then obviously there's no fire hydrant involved, so there would be no fire protection for these eight lots, if this were to be approved and move forward.
So that is very concerning to me. I'm sure that the Paynes are aware of that, and but that's a difficult position because, and I know that there's others that are in the same boat, but we're making a decision that is going to impact that moving forward. So I just want to make sure that everybody's aware that that would be the situation. But I would take your recommendation of 3B.
Yeah, I was, as everybody knows, I'm against running a line down Ford's Road regardless. And, cause it always opened up development. And, that's one road that is pristine. Now, what they're doing is gonna be very nice. It's not gonna be, anything that's gonna be an ugly blight on the Ford Road. But it was just the next one and the one after that and the one after that. And that's what was worrying me most of all. So they'll go to septic and well, and the line won't go any further. And so we'll limit the line to basically the firehouse. And then I look at it as far as with the, septic and well, it's no different than a family subdivision. And a family subdivision is septic and well. So the fire suppression and having a hydrant out there, and especially when you go into larger areas, and family subdivisions are usually tighter than this. But, there's no hydrant out in a family subdivision. Normally, you depend on, your well and the fire department. Being at the fire department and we have the best fire service in town, and being that it's right around the corner there, just up the road is very handy as well. And it's gonna keep their insurance down too, because the firehouse is so close. So I like the idea of working. I didn't get a chance to meet with the Paynes, and I wanted to see how everything was gonna fall out first and where we could move things or what we could adjust, because we put this in place to keep things from developing in certain areas and not to stop development, but, to make sure we had everything in place that needed to be in place, and the one slipped through. That's what, and I won't name it, but it slipped through the cracks. And we found it that there was an issue, and that's why we put this several years back, put this in place. And, and I would want all these to come in front of the board and future boards to just give it a good look over. I have no problem with it going in with septic and well, and I'm not worried about the fire issues as well either. So, I have no problem with this moving forward. I just want to make sure we didn't move a line down Ford Road. It wasn't the subdivision, it wasn't the owners, it was that line moving down Ford Road further. And I know the owners didn't want it to move down the road either, but they were kind of caught in middle of, PSA and A1, so.
So I don't want to muddy the waters, but I do want to make sure that it's understood that, there are parcels on Forge Road closer to Richmond Road that would be required to connect, even if this
Right.
change is adopted. So if there's a concern about utilities going any further down Forge Road than already are there, this doesn't completely negate that concern.
Then maybe what we ought to look at is putting something in place where utilities don't go down Ford Road any further. Cause, you know, we've got the single point out there for the, brickyard that we put in place years ago and bought that property. So if they needed something for the Haven, they would be basically covered. But development down that road would be a shame, and, you know, if it starts creeping down there, it's not gonna stop. It never stops. And so I would like to see something where it is right now is where it goes no further. And that's it. So I don't know how we bring that forward or whatever, but
I don't know either how we do it in writing. You can do that. But I want to thank Mr. Powell. He's been very helpful with the pains and with me and working with Tom Leininger. So, of course, I suggest today to Mr. Powell that we take 3B, the one.
Yep.
3B.
Yep.
Okay. So, do I have a motion?
motion for approval?
I don't
Well,
think a motion,
yeah.
I don't think.
Well, we
Okay.
probably don't, because you're gonna bring it
Yes,
back. to
I
us.
So
have
you're
the
gonna bring it
consensus
back
of the
to us.
board, and I'll bring a
Okay,
resolution
so
to
you're
your
bringing a
meeting next
resolution
month.
back to us. Thank you. Okay, so we will move on. Let's see. Amend the Board of Directors meeting calendar to add additional special meeting on June 24, 2025 at 1 p.m. for the purpose of the general manager's evaluation. Amend the Board of Directors meeting calendar to add a special meeting on June 24th, 2025 at 1 p.m. for the purpose of general manager's evaluation.
So move.
Mr. Hippel?
Aye.
Ms. Larson?
Aye.
Ms. McGlinnan?
Aye.
Mr. Eisenhower? Ms. Knoll?
Aye. Board requests and directives. Do we have any requests or directives? No,
I
we'll
just
move
have one
on.
question for you. The sewer line repair over the creek on 199, looks like it's pretty well complete. Do you have any idea how long it'll be before they remove the little barriers that protected where the pipe was?
I do not, that's an HRSD project. I will
Okay.
find out.
If you
and
can find
you
out and let us know, I'd appreciate
Yeah,
it.
Sure.
Okay, the general manager's update, please.
I've got no further
Nothing?
update this evening.
Okay.
I
Looking
would
f-
just note that when you make the motion to adjourn, it should not be July 8th, which it's noted there. It should be June 24th.
I'll make
Plus,
the
I've
motion
got-
to adjourn until 1 p.m. on June 24th, 2025.
Right, Mr. Hippel?
Aye.
Ms. Larson?
Aye.
Mr. Glennon?
Aye.
Mr. Eisenhower?
Aye.
And Ms. Knoll?
Aye,
All right, thank you.
thank you.
Okay. I'll call to order this meeting of the James City County Board of Supervisors for a regular meeting. Mr. Stevens, please call the roll.
Mr. Hippel?
Here.
Mr. Hippel represents the Powhatan District. Ms. Knoll?
Present.
Ms. Knoll represents the Stonehouse District. Ms. Larson?
Here.
Ms. Larson represents the Berkeley District. Mr. McGlinnan?
Here.
Mr. McGlinnan represents the Roberts District and is Vice Chair of the Board. Mr. Eisenhower?
Here.
Mr. Eisenhower represents the Jamestown District and is Chair of the Board. Sitting to my left, Adam Kinsman, County Attorney. I'm Scott Stevens, County Administrator, and it's my pleasure to be Clerk to the Board.
Mr. Eisenhower, or Mr. Chairman, can we take on G, public hearings, and move number 3 down to spot number 5 and move number 5 up to number 3? Just switch those two around. And it looks like there's going to be quite a few people speaking for the government center, and I'd like to get those others out of the way so that they have plenty of time to speak to us.
We have a motion to amend the agenda for that. Mr. Stevens, call the roll.
Mr. Hippel?
Aye.
Ms. Knoll?
Aye.
Ms. Larson?
Aye.
Mr. McGlinnan?
Aye.
Mr. Eisenhower?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Okay. We will begin our meeting with a moment of silence and the Pledge of Allegiance. The pledge leader will be introduced by Ms. Knoll from the Stonehouse District.
Our leader tonight is Henry Lampitt. He's age 11. His kindergarten teacher was Miss Kim Hundley, who is on the school board. He's completing 5th grade at Stonehouse Elementary tomorrow, and he's going to start 6th grade at Towano Middle School. He's active in the Boy Scout Troop 414, sponsored by Our Savior's Lutheran Church. He's got his uniform on, thank you. and he's an active member of St. Olaf Catholic Church in Norwich. He plays upwards basketball at Smith Memorial Baptist Church, and he lives in Meadow Lake subdivision. So Henry, we do a moment of silence, and then you start the pledge, okay?
Join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Stay right there, Henry, please.
Great job.
Picture.
Sure.
Thank you.
Okay, before we begin public comment this evening, I wanted to reinforce for folks that we allow you 5 minutes, and the lights on the timer on the podium give you a countdown. When the yellow light comes on, we ask that if you are in the process of still speaking, if you can wind up your summation, and when the red light comes on, if you will yield the platform for the next speaker so we can all have a chance to speak this evening as people would like. And we also ask that when you come up that you identify yourself with your name and your address for our record. So our public comment cards for this evening. The first one is Peg Borman.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Mr. Stevens, Mr. Purse, Mr. Reinheimer, Ms. Dahlman, Mr. Kinsman, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Peg Borman, and I reside at 17 Settlers Lane in the heart of Whitefoot. I come to you this afternoon to talk to you a little bit more about trash. We just had this past weekend to clean the Bay Day. We had volunteers out at Jamestown Beach cleaning up the beach, and there were others out at the York River Park and a few other water-related places. I don't have a report at this time of the results. But coming up on Saturday, the 14th, is Will Barnes Day, and that's his birthday. And I hope to see some of you there at the picnic. We'll celebrate with him, celebrate for him with an appreciation for our many, many volunteers. And also the Ruatan Club will give the Jim Robertson Will Barnes Scholarship at that time. Jim, as you know, was the original chairman of the Clean County Committee that was formed in 1979. He was also president of the Ruatan Club. Will Barnes was a longtime member of the Ruatan Club and also the Clean County Commission. Jim was the first chairman of the commission in 1981, and then Will came in 1999. And I am the last living member of that 1979 committee. I came on the commission at Will's urging in 2001. I still try to be active as possible to help prevent litter, educate about this, and recycling efforts. And I urge each one of you hearing me today to be involved in all the ways that we offer to accomplish this, to help keep James City County free of litter and a good place to live, work, and play. With the litter, pick it up and dispose of it, or call someone to report the larger dumps of trash, like someone did this past weekend. I was able to report it to VDOT since it was on their property's responsibility. I thank you for hearing me today, and let's keep the trash down.
Thank you, Peg.
Ag.
Our next speaker is Richard Miner.
Good evening, and thank you, ladies and gentlemen of the Board of Supervisors, for giving me an opportunity to speak. My name is Richard Miner. I live at 8314 Barron's Court in Long Hill Gate. Long Hill Gate, the entrance of Long Hill Gate, which is directly opposite War Hill Trail. Now, it was not always so. It was about 20 or 25 yards farther west, closer to Ford's Colony, when the neighborhood was built. And we were required to move that road and entrance to our neighborhood to its current location to line up with the War Hill Trail for the simple reason of making a light and control of the traffic easier. And that was quite some time ago. When the county went and the state went to the widening of Long Hill Road in several phases, I spoke with members of the board. I went to the seminars discussing the changes that would be made, and we asked again for the light to be put at that corner, the one that VDOT promised us when they required us to move our entrance. Now, when you add those two time periods together, it's probably 15 years or more. And VDOT confirmed that we would get a light, and of course added later when it's necessary. Now, with any additional buildings or activities that will take place out in the War Hill Tract, that will only further increase the traffic and the ability to get in and out of our neighborhoods. And as hard as it is for us to get out of Long Hill Gate, it is at least equally as hard or more so for the people in Mallard Hill who are on the other side of Long Hill Road. Now, I know when I came before, I was told by the Planning Commission, because I spoke there, and from the board, the existing Board of Supervisors at that time, and the VDOT representative, that the county didn't have the authority to put a light in there. Planning Commission even questioned whether the county could fully pay for it, and VDOT told them no. So it's been a long time in coming, but I understand that this proposal is requesting approval and funds from VDOT to put a traffic light at that corner, Long Hill Road and the War Hill Trail. I commend you for being diligent and staying with this project for so many years. I hope that you've given VDOT whatever it needs to say yes to this project. And again, I just want to thank you for all you've done, all you're doing, and for giving me the opportunity to commend you on it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker is Sherry Buford.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the board. Mr. Stevens, I am Sherry Buford from Grove. I live at 8594 Pocahontas Trail. Won't be before you long. I'd like to start out by giving a shout out to James City County, Parks and Rec, Kayla Capehart. We had a wonderful block party and we had much participation. The residents of Grove was out in numbers and kiddos and families. So thank you, thank you, thank you. That being said, we would like to partner and continue to partner with James City County Parks and Recreation for more of these type of events in our community. If you know anything about where we're located in Grove, if we don't have things like that come to our community, we're driving at least 40 minutes or so round trip just to, for our families to go to different events. So we want to, especially our community depend on a lot of the the transits. So we want to accommodate them to have things in our community. Secondly, I was given a what do you call it, YouTube video of Senator Warner doing some proposals about the housing crisis. And we at Grove, we believe in residents and having homes that are affordable. And he was coming up with all of these different ideas. Some of it even had to do with historical properties. He was even citing how, just rentals wouldn't even answer the cost of residence and housing. But my thing is, we in Grove, we're looking forward to expanding our area, and we are welcoming new people. We have a park coming. We are grateful for that. We have the road widening. We have different things that are having sidewalks, and we know people are going to be coming to our area. So we need houses. We need houses. And so Senator Warner was talking about these different ways to eliminate these housing problems and making sure people have somewhere to live. One of the things I've heard is that we have a limit on having 3-story house properties, apartments. And I thought maybe if, we thought Grove Connections, it's not I thought, Grove Connections thought that if we could lift that limit of the 3-story buildings, maybe that would help bring more living spaces for people, including the rezoning from industrial to residential properties. That would help. We have some blow flat property there that's nothing's happening. It's just kind of sitting there empty. We got the BSAF property. Nothing's happening there. We're looking for things to happen in Grove. So we don't know what you can do, but we're asking, do something for us. Help us be the Grove that is on the map as well as everyone else. Last but not least, the trash. Peg, thank you. I'm sorry, I'm supposed to address you guys. But the trash thing is my pet peeve. We constantly have the trash on the roads, and I have reached out to VDOT. We do call General Services. I've even spoke to the police department. I do know that, if you go sleepy on anybody that is supposed to be representing you, then things don't happen. So I'm going to wake them up again and give them the phone calls that they must need to be reminded that Grove is still alive and we are a proud neighborhood. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, ma'am. And our final speaker for public comment is Chris Henderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chris Henderson, 101 Keystone. When we were last together last month, I conveyed to you information that I had received from the Department of Health with regard to water quality in the Chickahominy River and the advisory that they had placed on the consumption of fish. And after speaking with Mr. Stevens, he confirmed that that notice has not been placed on the James City County website. And I would ask that it be placed because I think it's something of significance and importance that James City County residents, particularly now that we're in the middle of the summer and the fishing season, that people need to be aware of because of its impacts on pregnant women and children especially. And I think, we owe the public notice of this problem so that they're aware of it and can take steps to mitigate any potential impacts. So in speaking to Mr. Stevens, he assures me that there will be some sort of notice on the website shortly so that people will be at least aware of the issue. Something that is related and tangent to the government complex is the whole issue of the library. I read today an article that York County would like to renegotiate its contract for the Regional Library Authority and cut its contributions. Sounds like we got a problem. So, again, I don't know why we're jumping forward prematurely with a location and a facility that may not be in the best interest of James City County taxpayers. Looking at it specifically from a real estate standpoint, that location is not the best and not the most central for James City County residents who should be the priority for the facility. That facility should be located in the middle of the county, and I would argue that Veterans Park would be an ideal location because it's walkable to so many of the neighborhoods, whereas over there on Long Hill Road, you're right up against the city limit, and they already have a library, and we may not have a regional library system in another month or two if York County has its way. So we need to be thinking ahead about, what this library needs to do and who it needs to service, and it shouldn't be citizens in the city of Williamsburg. And that goes the same for our school system. I've argued for now 2 years that it's time for us to look at the cost of separating from Williamsburg. Let's find out what it costs. We don't know, but I think this board owes it to the taxpayers to do that bit of due diligence and have an informed discussion. Because I think what you're going to find is that the vast majority of the students who need special assistance come from the city. And we're now paying for 90% of them because they don't have a permanent location. They're living in hotels and apartments and are transients. And so James City County gets the privilege of paying for a big chunk of that. So we're effectively subsidizing Williamsburg's educational system. And by separating, the achievement and performance of our schools will go up and the enrollment will go down, and we can make better use of the facilities and control our own destiny. So I think at a minimum, you owe it to taxpayers and parents to at least investigate the issue and determine what it actually would cost to do that. Finally, 2 issues. We have an affordable housing crisis in James City County, and what we're doing with regard to spending is only going to exacerbate the problem. We also have an issue regarding office vacancy issues. I received notice the other day of an auction for a 6,700 square foot office condo in Bush Corporate Center. It sold 4 years ago for $940,000. It's assessed at $960,000. It's going to auction at $380,000. Okay? This is happening all over, and it's not going to get any better. So we better be thinking ahead because tough times are coming. Thank you.
That's the end of our public comment period. I would like to mention that we have adjusted the volume. We think it's better, but if you do have we do have a few listening devices. If folks have difficulty hearing us, Jason Purse in the back of the room is stepping up, raising his hand. Just raise your hand and he'll try to get you one of the devices so that we can make sure you are able to hear everything properly. Okay. Okay. We move on to the consent calendar. Tonight's consent calendar consists of the following items. Number 1 is a contract award, $87,120 for zoning ordinance reorganization. Number 2 is proposed street name change, portion of Green Springs Plantation Drive to Green Springs Resort Drive. And number 3, resolutions of support for the Virginia Department of Transportation Revenue Sharing Program for fiscal years 2029 to 2030. Does anyone wish to pull any of those for discussion, or should I have a motion?
I will move the motion, and I don't wish to pull anything, but I did want to speak on number 2. I just find that very confusing. I realize that it's for the timeshare, but we have that road that connects Route 5 and Monticello that nobody really knows the name of. So I just would like maybe possibly look at that and renaming it as well. We've got a lot of green springs, and it gets very confusing, I think, for people. And again, because this is the timeshare and it's there, I will support it, but I think we need to look at that type of thing as we move forward. So I've moved the motion
Okay,
for
we
the
have a
consent
motion.
calendar.
Mr. Stevens, call the roll, please.
Mr. Hippel.
Aye.
Ms. Knoll.
Aye.
Ms. Larson.
Aye.
Mr. McGlinnan. Mr. Eisenhower.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Okay. We are now to our public hearings, and our Planning Commission representative this evening is Mr. Haldeman. And our first public hearing is to amend the adopted budget for a grant award of $8 million from the Department of Historic Resources, Preservation, Virginia, for exclusive support of the historic Jamestown Flooding Mitigation Project. Mr. Holt will give the staff presentation.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Good evening. Funding was appropriated in the 2024-2025 Virginia state budget to be distributed through the Virginia Department of Historic Resources. Within that appropriation, $8 million was awarded to Preservation Virginia. Preservation Virginia and its subsidiary, the Jamestown Rediscovery Foundation, are engaged in a process to address the urgent need to protect 22.5 acres at Jamestown. Specifically, funds from the grant award will be used to address immediate flood protection measures to protect archaeological and structural resources. Because Preservation Virginia is a privately funded organization, these funds cannot be provided directly to them from the Commonwealth, and instead must pass through the appropriate local government, in this case, the county. Due to the pass-through nature of this funding, no direct impact or cost to the county is anticipated. Preservation Virginia will be responsible for maintaining accurate records on the use of the grant funds and submitting final project document reports to DHR and the county within 30 days of full expenditure of the grant funds. Because the grant award amends the county's FY25 adopted budget to adjust the aggregate amount to be appropriated by more than 1% of total expenditures, state code requires this item to be considered only after a public hearing. Again, this will be a pass-through grant and no direct impact or cost to the county is anticipated. Staff therefore recommends acceptance of the grant funds and approval of the resolution contained in your agenda packets. I'm happy to answer any questions, but more importantly, Mr. Will Glasgow, Chief Executive Officer from Preservation Virginia, is here, along with Michael Levin, Director of Collections, and Denise Kellogg, Director of Development for Historic Jamestown. Be happy to answer any questions.
Questions for staff? Okay. I will open the public hearing. And do we have any speaker cards on this one, sir? Okay, I will close the public hearing, and I will look to the board for discussion on our motion.
Mr. Chairman, I'd move the resolution and express appreciation to the General Assembly and Governor for making these funds available. This is a critically important project, and it still has some ways to go in terms to get full funding to protect the Jamestown Island site. But we've got some great leaders here who are making great efforts in that regard.
I'd just like to take a moment and just thank you all for the work that you're doing to preserve really the birthplace of America. And there is so much important work that goes on out there, and it cannot be overstated. And so I'm very glad to see that this is happening. I hope that we will see more support federally, and that this will be something that will be able to be fixed in the very near future, because I would hate to lose the important archaeological work that goes on out there.
Just ditto what she said. Yeah, I'm very happy.
Good job.
And I will add that if you are in the process of doing work out there and you're able to track down the footprints of my ancestor who got here in 1622, please preserve them too. So given that, we have a motion.
Motion to amend.
And look to the, let's see, where was I? We're on the, okay, Mr. Stevens, call the roll.
Ms. Larson?
Aye.
Mr. Hippel?
Aye.
Ms. Knoll?
Aye.
Mr. McGlinnan? Mr. Eisenhower?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Okay. We now move to number 2, SUP 25-0002, 2010 Old Route 60 West Evolution House Group Home. Allison Jakura will give the staff presentation.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the board. This is an application from Mr. Greg Davis on behalf of Evolution House LLC to permit a group home at the subject property, as noted. It is a special use permit for a group home having more than 8 individuals at the existing house shown along Richmond Road and Old Route 60 West. A group home, if you're not familiar, there's the definition from the zoning ordinance there. I won't read it all, but in this particular application, it is a request to have individuals living within a home supportive environment that are recovering from addiction. The Federal Fair Housing Act does prohibit discrimination in housing based on a person's disability, and recovering from an addiction is just considered a disability. So within the A1 zoning district of this subject property, if you are operating or seeking to operate a group home with more than 8, it requires a special use permit, which is why we're here tonight. They are in particular requesting to operate up to 24 residents in the existing home. There's a proposed condition from staff that would limit it to 24 or the lesser of various restrictions on site that include building code compliance for the certificate of occupancy, septic tank from the Department of Health, and their state licensure. So making sure that all of those are in order. They have not yet done those upgrades in order to assure that this use is appropriate, and then they will complete those engineering upgrades. And whichever the lower of those numbers would be the maximum allowed. Group home is proposed to always be on site, present during the operation. They are not proposing to do any exterior changes. Parking, it would be on the existing area in front of the house or near the accessory structure, looks like the garage in the aerial. The condition would limit their ability to park within the driveway that leads up to those places in order to assure that there is fire access in case of emergency. And the 2045 comprehensive plan does have housing goals, specifically noting the need for diversity of housing and housing for those with all forms of disability. So staff finds that this proposal does align with those goals. And with the proposed conditions, staff does not see any impacts to the county or the residents. So for that reason, staff and Planning Commission are recommending approval. I'm available for any questions.
Questions for staff?
So when did staff become aware of the use?
Yeah, good question. Originally, I'm turning to my notes to make sure I don't get that incorrect. In the fall of 2023, our zoning officers followed up on a complaint and discovered that this was a group home operating above the allowed 8-person limit. So when it's 8 or less, it is allowed by right as a home. And the applicants did apply for a conceptual in December 2023. A plan to understand the next steps, which staff provided that input, and they've been working with us since then in order to come into compliance.
So for December 2023 to now, that's a long time. Just working through all the different nuances, or?
I certainly would turn that question to Mr. Greg Davis. I think he could speak to that. But from staff's perspective, yes, there's been a number of questions from the fire marshal, from the building official, and just asking to make sure that they have the right information provided for permitting purposes.
Any other questions for staff? Okay. We will have Mr. Haldeman come give the Planning Commission report on it.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the board. The Planning Commission addressed this hearing at its May meeting. 4 residents addressed the commission, 2 in favor and 2 opposed. There was a discussion on how many residents would be in the house, and that was addressed by staff. 1 commissioner expressed concern about the history of violations by the applicant and the effect they can have on neighboring property owners.
Another commissioner made the point that the Planning Commission is not an enforcement agency. That role is handled by the zoning administrator, the building and permits director, and perhaps the police. One commissioner mentioned that the property is well screened from the road and from neighboring properties. And more than one commissioner referenced the critical need that is addressed by this facility. The commission requested that a condition be added for the county officials to go on site from time to time to verify the occupancy of the house, and the applicant had no objection. The Planning Commission also recommends that the county should verify the fencing and no trespassing signs be in place before the certificate of occupancy is issued, and the applicant agreed to that as well. The commission then voted unanimously to recommend approval for this project. Be happy to answer any questions.
Questions for Mr. Haldeman?
Mr. Haldeman, so you're saying they do not have a CO now?
That's my understanding, right?
Okay, thank you. Okay, I will open the public hearing, and our first speaker is the applicant representative, Mr. Gregory Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. I'm Greg Davis, attorney for the applicant. My law firm is Kaufman & Knowles at 4801 Courthouse Street here in James City County. I'm pleased to be here tonight representing Evolution House. Our project team is the landlord and owner of the property, MAI2 Homes. Evolution House, of course, is the applicant. Evolution House is the brainchild of Jeffrey Carver and Ryan Watley. Ryan's here tonight. Brought the vision of Evolution House to James City County. And Eric Rhodes, the CEO of Evolution House, also present in the audience. Hopke Harrison is our architectural firm and is working with the county and the applicant on code compliance issues. And of course, Benny Zhang and I from Kaufman & Knowles represent the applicant. I'd like to introduce Evolution House to you. My client operates 6 locations now in the Tidewater area under professional management. Mr. Rhodes has been brought in the last year. He's got 2 decades of healthcare management, in particular substance abuse recovery management facilities. The applicant is licensed by the state of Virginia Department of Behavioral Health and Developmental Sciences. Evolution House is a voluntary program. There are no residents of Evolution House who have been sentenced to Evolution House in lieu of jail. These are men who have come through the initial stages of treatment, usually 60 or more days of the intensive treatment detox process, and are now seeking a place, a safe, sober environment in which to recover. Evolution House boasts really attractive statistics about its success rate in terms of helping the residents through their recovery from addiction. And when I show you a little bit about Evolution House, you'll see maybe why that is. It is actually a nice place to live. The residents here are folks whose addiction may have cost them their career, their savings, their relationships with family, and thus they're housing challenged. It's very difficult to recover from addiction even with housing options. Evolution House provides a safe haven in which to recover. So we try to give you a feel with some pictures here of the environment around the Evolution House recreation areas. It's an upbeat environment, a supportive group, brotherhood, I often hear folks around Evolution House call it. As I mentioned, it's a program for men without housing who have completed their intensive treatment elsewhere. Evolution House says it takes time. Some step-down programs offer only 30 days. The average stay at Evolution House is 90 days. And the theme is a structured environment where men come and they're accountable for their activities. They have support from other folks who are recovering and from veterans who've been in the program for a while. They spend their days in therapy every day except Sunday, off-site. Our residents work in the community. They attend church. On the weekends, they recreate, movies, busch gardens around the community. Evolution House works really hard to be a good neighbor. We put the house manual in the application packet so that you could see it. And so if you've read through that, you see there are house rules, curfews. There's mandatory drug testing 3 times a week and a zero tolerance policy So a resident who does relapse and uses substances is subject to immediate discharge within 24 hours. The facility will be staffed 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, with the paid professional staff of Evolution House. And again, of interest to the neighbors might be the traffic. If there were as many as 24 residents at Evolution House, what does that mean in terms of parking or traffic? Well, it's the rare Evolution House resident who's permitted to bring a vehicle. And Evolution House has purchased and operates passenger vans to take residents to and from their therapy, to and from church and recreation. Not a traffic impact. If you haven't visited the site, let me just give you a little orientation here on Richmond Road. At this area, Richmond Road shown here at the bottom of the page in black, Richmond's to the left, Anderson's Corner to the right, is a 4-lane divided highway. This is the Evolution House site. The blue arrows are our nearest neighbors. So on the left, that's the Empire Salvage Services, the industrial site, really a scrap metal recycling facility as I understand it. On the right-hand blue arrow, that's Mr. Brian Johnson, our neighbor. And here on the far right of the page is Mr. Johnson's Williamsburg Heating and Air Conditioning business. It's about 400 feet from the Evolution House to our nearest residential neighbor. And the property is quite a bit of topography and woodland, so those two residences are quite isolated. There's a 55-acre tract to the rear, and our next neighbor, Mr. Blanding, to the rear is about 1,500 feet away from the Evolution House. The SUP conditions require fencing. This diagram shows you in orange the existing fencing here, which is there today. As a part of the SUP, this fencing would be installed, and it's inside the property lines of Evolution House, designed to discourage residents from wandering onto neighboring properties. The SUP conditions, members of the board, are a key element of this application. First of all, it has long been the policy of Evolution House not to admit residents who are convicted sex offenders. That's now an SUP condition before you for approval tonight. Further, there is a stringent screening process for applicants in place today. Many of you will remember Officer Jay Sexton from the police department locally. He oversees the screening of applicants. If there are applicants admitted with felony convictions, the SUP conditions require an annual report to the police chief in James City County and to the zoning administrator of who those residents are. And you can also be comfortable that the state licensure from behavioral health requires my client to comply with James City County regulations, including the SUP, or the state can pull the license. I would be the first to say to you that my client came up with a great idea and a great service for the community and then botched the regulatory requirements of James City County to get established. Ryan and Jeffrey are successful at recovering from their addiction. They had a vision. They were successful in finding a house. They applied for a license and were granted that license by the state in 2023. And that license approved 24 residents, and they thought they were good to go. The health department came out and checked the kitchen. The fire marshal from James City County came out, looked at safety issues, and my clients did not know of certain building code and zoning restrictions that they faced. Ms. Larson, I'll be glad to go in detail in response to a question from you about the timeline, but I'll introduce the subject by simply saying my clients learned they couldn't do it alone. They hired professional management in Mr. Rhodes. They hired Hopke Harrison to work with the building official. They hired my firm. We quickly convened a neighborhood meeting and filed a zoning application, SUP application. Since then, we've welcomed the staff and the fire marshals to the site again for inspection. We worked out an agreement with the county where we were over 8 residents, which Evolution House is permitted by right. The county was naturally reluctant to simply evict several residents who were over the 8 limit. But by agreement, Evolution House did not replace those residents as they graduated from the program. For a number of weeks or months, Evolution House has been below 8 residents on Richmond Road and has voluntarily gone to the state and reduced its licensing capacity to 8, pending the outcome of this hearing tonight. As I conclude, members of the board, I want to point to you that this is a critical need in our community. There have been 60 alumni of the program year to date, more than 60 now. And yet substance abuse is an increasing problem. 2,400 Virginia overdose deaths in 2024. I mentioned at the Planning Commission that compares to 920 traffic fatalities in Virginia in the same year and 621 murders. And the number of first responders using the Narcan drug treatment is astonishingly high now in Virginia. This is a 2021 statistic. The Evolution House is a housing solution for folks who would otherwise be homeless. So in conclusion, Mr. Chairman, I'll ask that the board approve the special use permit per our application. As Mr. Haldeman pointed out, the Planning Commission recommended approval unanimously and staff recommends approval. The SUP conditions are acceptable to the applicant. I'd be happy to answer any questions which the board may have. Thank you.
Questions for?
I've got a couple of
Mr.
questions, Mr. Davis.
Yes, sir, Mr. Hippel.
We're talking about 24, possible up to 24 people if this is approved.
Correct.
And with 24, would they each have a single bedroom or would they be bunking together?
2 residents per bedroom, and that conforms with the minimum bedroom space requirements established by the state.
Okay. And then I know it was stated that y'all will be checking the septic and that's what, because with that amount of people in the house, I'm sure the house was never built for that many people. So it may be something that, I don't know, y'all gonna look into that.
Yes, sir, that's exactly right. That would be a limiting factor on the occupancy in accordance with the special use permit conditions, as Ms. Jakura mentioned.
And if the soil's good, you could add on to the septic and, you know, to get more possibility. If it doesn't meet what you have and the health department allows it, you could enlarge the septic area in order to house the amount of people you may have.
You know more about that than I do, Mr. Hippel, but.
Just kind of giving you a heads up on that.
Thank you.
And then I've heard a couple of comments, and is it just for men or is it men and women will be in the house?
Just for men. Evolution House has now opened, not in James City County, its first house for women, but this facility would be for men only.
Okay. And then on the property, I rode by the property, just look, I knew where the property was and all. But there's on the, if you go down Old 60, a little bit further down on the end of the property, there's an old dirt road that's kind of worn out and, or gravel road that's kind of, looks like it's abandoned. Will that be taken care of just for, is that gonna be used or are y'all gonna do away with that road altogether? And there's a lot of water going down through there and was just curious.
I noticed that on my site visit as well, Mr. Hippel, and that's a pretty steep road too. I don't want to drive my truck up that, but that is not used now and not for accessory access or anything. And an SUP condition prohibits the use of that.
Okay. Okay. All the questions I have. Thanks, sir.
Mr. Davis, if I could ask you to talk just a little bit about, now, as I understand it, the ability to have 24 people would really be dependent upon the provision of some kind of access from the basement bedrooms. The reason that they can't be used now is simply there's not fire escape from the lower bedrooms. Is that right?
Yes, sir, Mr. McGlennon. What I've learned, and I'm not an expert, is that a bedroom must have a window so you can get out in case of fire. And there are some basement rooms which have no windows, so they're not being used now. And if the SUP were granted, the initiative for my client would be to rearrange the basement layout, put bedrooms in rooms where there are now windows, and use the windowless space perhaps for kitchen or group space, living room.
And those windows would be something that could be, I mean, would they have to be modified in any way, or is it just a matter of, they've got to figure out a way to get out that window?
If the window's too high, it's my understanding that a window with a fire escape type ladder is code compliant, and the windows have to be sufficiently, you have to be able to open them and crawl out. It has to be big enough. Yes, sir.
You have to have by code an egress, enough egress in order to open it, whether it's a single or a double. And that, Tom would make sure that's taken care of for a bedroom on egress.
Mr. Davis, if this is not approved, or what typically after someone gets out of a rehab program, what are the options to do if this, say something like this didn't exist? Is it just sort of go back out and attend meetings and just hope you make it?
Yes, ma'am, Ms. Larson. It's homelessness is a big risk. I understand from my client that many of these residents, in addition to having lost their living situation because of family relations and whatnot, their credit rating is damaged. They're not able to rent an apartment because of a background check may raise issues. They've maybe have lost their careers and savings. The options are very limited.
So there's quite a bit of work that needs to be done, it sounds like, because you've got bedrooms that have to, and what type of timeline, because I from 23 to 25 is a very long time. So how quickly can we expect that that they will start working on, if it's approved, they'll start working towards getting that final occupancy and get the bedroom situation that they need to get, how long can we expect until there's a wrap up?
The SUP conditions place a 1-year restriction on that. If we were able to do it more quickly, the limiting step, Ms. Larson, would be a certificate of occupancy from the building officials. Just because we make these changes at the house, the county still must approve those and grant a certificate of occupancy. And if Evolution House were unable to modify the house sufficiently to achieve the 24 residents that we seek, the SUP limits us in terms of the number of residents that Evolution House could house based on the county's approval, the building official's approval.
Just based on some of the information you provided today, a question does occur to me, and that is simply, you indicated that in contrast to lots of places where it's a 30-day residence in the recovery home, that it's 90 days more commonly in this particular facility. I wonder how much of that is due to the challenge of finding housing versus the program itself. I'm obviously, this program, we would all hope it's a very successful one, and I understand that they have a good track record with working with their clients. But is there any, and maybe your clients can speak to this, is there any kind of a connection with job training, with placement in housing situations? What kind of support do folks get while they are resident that might help them to move successfully into a more productive life?
This is Eric Rhodes, CEO of Evolution House.
Thank you, board members. So I think one of the missing links over the last 10 or 15 years in treating drug and alcohol treatment has been the idea where we provide support, not just from a clinical perspective, which we do, but we also find ways for individuals to utilize their peer resources, get folks together and be able to rebuild their credit rating, make relationships foundationally stronger so that they can lean on family members, lean on friends to support that. The housing and the job market has been really the limiting factors. So if an individual can stay longer, find a support network, our individuals are all plugged into local AA community. They get sponsors. They become part of the local community from that perspective. That's the foundation. That's really where they start. The next step is in our treatment is in a phase treatment is to then start to go out and find a job. As you clinically step down in intensity, the peer support ramps up. So now they're held more accountable for finding a job, getting their resume updated, beginning to look at what the next steps might be. Are you going to return to home? Are you going to return to family? Are you going to return to a sober living environment that might be here locally or somewhere else? And what does that look like? That's really the kind of the specialty of Evolution House has been matching that clinical necessity, that ability to treat the underlying reason why you're using, and then also treating the social part of what the disease brings. Answer that okay?
Yes, thanks very much for that. Can you also just tell me a little bit about the kind of profile of how people are funded to participate in this program?
Yeah. So in 2018, the state of Virginia formed the arts program, which is a Medicaid-driven program. So essentially, all of our individuals come in under Medicaid funding. They they shop the 5 or 6 managed Medicaids that are operating here in the state, and so those individuals come through that, and we have a very small percentage of individuals who will pay out of pocket. We're currently looking at other options for funding as well, based on what's going on in our country.
Thank you very
Make
much.
sense? Thanks. Yes, sir.
Any other questions for Mr. Davis? Okay. I can find where I am on my checklist here.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
We are, next public speaker on this issue is David Broderick.
Afternoon, good evening to members of the board and ladies and gentlemen here today. My name is David Broderick. I'm a resident of the Riverview Plantation neighborhood. I've been here since approximately 2018 when I was stationed here locally with Fort Eustis. I'm an active duty Army officer who will retire at the end of this month after 20 years of service. I'd just like to show my support for the Evolution House and the group here, which I became a member of the community in approximately 2020 and spent 6 months with them here. I've gone on to rebuild my life here. I'll have been 5 years sober, God willing, on July 1st. And coming here from a different location, I've spent a lot of time all over the world. And then, arriving in a new place, I did not have a support structure in the area, and they provided that for me. They also provided a safe place for me to recover and rebuild my life. I live in the area. I have 4 children that are in 4 different schools throughout the school system here locally, and so I have an invested interest in the safety and well-being of the community as well. And so I guess what I would offer to anybody who's considering the situation is, in my mind, it's would you have them here in this home or somewhere else? And I think that probably everybody here has enough experience with the problem that it does not discriminate. I'm of one variety. There's doctors, there's lawyers, there's people serving you food at your local restaurant. There's someone homeless on the street that you would hope has a better opportunity. And this is probably the only situation that would provide that for them. And the alternative, it's not a matter of if, it's just a fact that they face. And so, God forbid that someone's family member here, is inflicted by something similar in this situation, and you would hope that ultimately that a place like this is available for them. I can't believe the magnitude at which, these two gentlemen, Jeffrey and Ryan, who are great friends of mine to this day, as well as others that I lived in the home with who are here currently. Just the magnitude of the impact they've had on the community. And it's moving to me, and I just hope to see them, facilitation them continue to provide that service here. And so just thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Our next speaker is Emmanuel, is it Trejo Medina? There we go.
Evening. My name is Emmanuel Trejo Medina. I live at 2905 Richard Pace North. Thank you for allowing me to be here and speak in front of you, members of the Board of Supervisors. Before I share a little bit about my story, I'd like to read a couple of passages. It says here, "And we saw that it really worked in others, and we had come to believe in the hopelessness and futility of life as we had been living it. When therefore we were approached by those in whom the problem had been solved, there was nothing left for us but to pick up the simple kit of spiritual tools laid at our feet. The great fact is just this and nothing less, that we have had deep and effective spiritual experiences which have revolutionized our whole attitude toward life, toward our fellows, and toward God's universe. The central fact of our lives today is the absolute certainty that our Creator has entered into our hearts and lives in a way which is indeed miraculous. He has commenced to accomplish those things for us which we could never do by ourselves. We have found much of heaven, and that certainly has been true in my life. I have found much of heaven, and that's kind of the headspace I live now today. I was previously a client that participated in their program. I voluntarily came there to seek treatment. It will now be 2 years in August that I will achieve 2 years of sobriety, which I'm really proud of. And it is programs like Evolution House and other fellowship programs that my parents now have a son, and my siblings now have a brother whom they love and is present with them now. I currently work for Evolution House. They offered me a job there after a year of staying clean, and I now seek and am a presence in other people's recovery. I share my strength and spirits and hope with them to see them live a meaningful life. I see them recover in a multitude of ways, beautiful ways, and it's just amazing to see what comes out of that program. And I have obtained a registered recovery peer specialist certification. I'm allowed to be a support to those who are inflicted with mental illnesses. And I am currently in school pursuing a substance abuse counselor certification and degree, especially in youth, because I think I have a lot of value and experience that I can share with younger people who struggle with this, because there are a lot of young people who struggle with addiction and alcoholism. And I'm just glad that I have overcome this malady, and I could share my experience with them. And that's it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Our next speaker is Chris Henderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chris Henderson, 101 Keystone. You're probably asking yourselves, well, what does Chris Henderson have to do with Evo House? And I can tell you that I currently have on my payroll 3 Evo residents and graduates. And I think I have employed as many as 10 over the years. So as an employer with extensive experience in dealing with folks in treatment, particularly with Evo, I can tell you that what they're doing is really tremendous. I get to see and witness firsthand the recovery of some really broken people, and it's been a blessing to me to be able to kind of be in that walk with them and be in a position to help provide support. And so as an employer, what I see, are young men who have made some bad decisions, who have a medical problem, which is addiction. I used to think it was a lack of willpower, but it's not. It's a medical problem, and people need treatment. And I think these guys have a really successful way of making people productive in our society. And I have found generally, and there are always exceptions, but the people that are in the program are committed, right? And like I have one fellow with me now who Monday, Wednesday, Friday, I have to take him to his class. They go to class 3 times a week. I have to have him up in Lightfoot or Toano by 3 o'clock, Monday, Wednesday, Friday. But I make sure that I go out to the field, I pick him up, and I get there because I need him to be successful, and he needs to be successful in that program. I also have a young man who's working for me who's now one of the house managers for Evo. And he has really turned his life around. He was a complete mess 3 years ago, lost his kids, had a terrible drug problem. I got a call from the manager at 7-Eleven that one of my employees had passed out in the bathroom and had been in there for 40 minutes, and he had OD'd. So, we got him out, got him help. And so, these struggles are real. And there are real people out there who need this type of facility. So I encourage you to approve it. Thank you.
Next speaker is Daniel, and if I mispronounced the last name, Suryala? Is that close? Okay.
My name is Daniel Surgela. I live at 128 Brookhaven Drive. I'm here to show support for Evolution House. I've been involved with Evolution House since 2018. I'm going on 8 years of sobriety now. When I came to Evolution House, I was homeless. I did not have a driver's license. I was almost unemployable. I was 32 years old and I had to start washing dishes, which was the first job I ever had. What I found there was, it was a beacon of hope to me. It was a place where I could go and I could feel safe at night, where I know the people around me were held accountable to not influence me, because a lot of it had to do with influence and the people I was around. Accountability, they showed me what I had to do to be a member of a community, a recovery community, to start with AA, NA, church, things like that. I was always afraid of those places. I always thought the people wanted me to recover, but they just didn't want me doing it near them. And they took me out and they helped me to move from being apart from to a part of things. And it all started right there. And accountability led to responsibility, dependability, and reliability. Consistent drug tests, things like that, being forced to talk about how I'm feeling inside, any issues I might have. I found a sponsor in the AA community who helped walk me through these things. And you fast forward, this was in 2018 that this started. I had some medical issues, which they helped me with. My credit score was 508. It's almost 800 today. I had no teeth. These are false teeth. They helped me get to those appointments. And this was before the PHP. The owner himself brought me there and made sure that I was, because they put you under for that stuff, and he had to make sure, that I didn't get triggered. He also brought me to my court appointments, used his own gas and everything to do this. These are very compassionate people. And you fast forward to today, I'm a local business owner. While being a part of this, I have a professional certification. I'm a certified arborist. I have a tree care company. I also work as a consulting arborist. Some of the work I've done has been for Mr. Henderson. I serve on the board of a local nonprofit. I'm the vice chair of a local board that has to do with recovery as well. I was taught by Evolution House that I was a part of the problem, so I need to be a part of the solution. And I look on the TV all the time. You turn on the news, and what do you see? It's tragedy, 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 tragedy. I've learned in recovery that no news is good news usually, but you turn on the TV and you see our brave men and women trying to stop the flow of fentanyl into the country. Well, because I was a part of the problem today, I want to be a part of the solution. I want the solution to exist for others that I think as a community, we need to do something about the demand of it as well. We owe that to the people who are fighting the supply of it, to do something about the demand of it. And I think it starts right here in our communities with these treatment facilities. I haven't desired a drink or a drug in probably 6 or 7 years. I don't think about it so much anymore, Life is good today. They brought in people, paid for me to take the Dave Ramsey Financial Freedom class. I can't even explain the things they have done to me. But the whole thing is, they didn't do it for me. See, they know better than that. They met me exactly where I was at, right? They would meet me, they would do as much for me as I was willing to do for myself. And we have a whole community of people now, the alumni, who are willing to do that to others. And it just, it touches me somewhere special when I go into a place. A guy I seen broken down is now, the manager of some restaurant or wherever I go, I see success stories all the time. And I didn't know there was a solution. And Evolution House showed me there was that second chances are possible. So with that, thank you.
Next speaker is Mr. Michael Brown.
I would like to, my name is Michael Brown. I reside at 106 Deer Springs Road, Williamsburg, Virginia. And this is what Evolution House has done for me. Evolution House has done things for me that I couldn't do for myself. Living at Richmond Road House for 6 weeks gave me the opportunity to heal, readjust to society, and give me the proper tools to live life on life terms, which I still use to this day. It's given me a safe place to fellowship with the guys and peers, and most importantly, become my authentic self. Being at 2010 Richmond Road gave me a new perspective on life itself. As soon as I walked in the house, October 15, 2024, I felt a warm embrace of love and peace, which I never felt before stepping foot in that house. Living at 2010 Richmond Road has given me a lot of great memories, such as friendly cookouts, pizza parties, watching football and basketball games, basically learning how to enjoy myself all over again in a positive, healthy manner. I will never forget what Evolution House has done for me, and I will hope that many more will have the opportunity to experience the life-changing experience long after me. Today, I'm almost 10 months sober. Today I'm a shift lead at Blaze Pizza. I bought a car. Evolution House gave me the tools so I can utilize my network. So now I'm living inside of an Oxford house. I'm originally from Alexandria, Virginia, but I came down here to Williamsburg so I can get my life together. And Evolution House has done everything that I couldn't do for myself. And I really appreciate it because I never felt better about myself and how I feel today. Thank you.
Okay, and the last speaker for this one is Jill Lemos.
My name is Jill Lemos, and I live at 101 Holdsworth Road in Williamsburg. I come to you tonight not just as a mother, but as someone whose family has walked through the fire. My son, my brilliant, beautiful, once lost son was addicted. I watched helplessly as the light in his eyes dimmed. I watched the boy I raised, the one who made straight A's, just kidding. The joyous one who always showed up and made everyone's day better, slip away into a world that I could not reach. There's no lonelier place than watching your child suffer and be unable to help them. 8 years ago, I was a mother in crisis. My son was battling addiction, and our family was drowning right along with him. Addiction doesn't just happen to one person. It ripples through an entire family. We spent a small fortune sending him across the country to one of the best programs in the country, to Utah, and then to a sober living house in North Carolina, but nothing worked. Nothing truly reached him. That changed when he came to Evolution House, right here in Williamsburg. Something real and lasting happened there. He was met with structure, accountability, and most importantly, dignity. Evolution House gave him the tools to rebuild not just his life, but his sense of purpose. And through that healing, our whole family began to recover. I truly believe this place didn't just save my son, it saved all of us. Today, my son is 26 years old, and a leader in the recovery community, helping other men through the only alumni program of its kind in this area, led by people who've actually walked the walk. That program would not exist without the Evolution House. Just this past weekend, he pulled off his very first fundraiser, the inaugural Summer Smash Pickleball Tournament, and somehow managed to make his goal and raise $10,000 in sponsorships. Not bad for a guy who used to think doubles only referred to liquor shots. I couldn't be prouder. He's giving back to the very community that gave him a second chance. I understand that not everyone fully grasps what happens inside a sober living home. Many of these men come from backgrounds of deep trauma, some from addicted parents, others from homelessness or abuse, but some come from wealthy families. They've had every opportunity and every advantage. Addiction doesn't care who you are. It does not discriminate. Some neighbors have expressed concerns. These men enrolled at Evo House are learning how to live in society again. They're becoming reliable employees, caring fathers, respectful neighbors. So I say, let's all be good neighbors. That's the entire purpose of Evolution House, to support these men in becoming contributing members of our community. Some have voiced concerns about these men walking through the neighborhood or near their property. But let's be clear, walking isn't a crime, surviving hardship isn't a crime, and working to build a better life certainly isn't a crime. Frankly, I haven't heard a single argument that should stand in the way of granting this special use permit. What I have heard, and I say this with respect, are complaints that seem more rooted in fear or perhaps personal bitterness than in reason. Please allow these deeply needed, profoundly effective program of Evolution House to continue helping men here in Williamsburg, because recovery isn't a luxury, it's a lifeline. And it's one that we should all be proud that our community offers. Thank you again for your time and for your care in making this important decision for our community. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, that's all of our speakers, so I will close the public hearing and we will look to the board for discussion and or a motion.
Well, I'll start, and I'd like to bring it forward. I think this is something that's needed in our community. I was touched by not only what each person came up and said, but it reminded me so much of a family member of mine that went through this same scenario and got lost, and it took him a while and almost killed him before he was able to climb back out of that hole. And he had a lot of family around him, and there's a lot of people that don't have that luxury and don't have the family they need, or they've come to our area and trying to escape. And that's tough for watching that twice and climbing out of that hole and trying to figure out, where to go from there. It was extremely tough, not only on him, but on the family as well. And he's doing wonderful now, but we were within hours of losing him. And so I think this is a very important piece of our community that I support and I think would be welcome. And I'm glad that, they've gotten to the point where, hey, it sounds like we didn't know what was going on when we first started. We got our stuff from the state, and they said 24, and we can move on, and then found out the James City County rules and all that, and have addressed all that and trying to bring that forward and make it a positive thing. I wish them well, and when you're ready to have a motion, I would definitely move the motion forward. But I'll let everybody discuss.
I too think this is just a wonderful thing to have. We have so many people that need help and they don't know where to go. And listening to these three graduates is amazing. So you've got me up here crying, of course, but I will move the motion unless there's somebody else to talk.
Sorry. My sister wasn't so lucky. She died of an opioid overdose in 2006. And she was not treated well by the person who found her dead at their home. They dumped her body in my dad's driveway. That is the way addicts treat addicts. They're not your friends, they're your addicts. And so I don't want to make something about me, but I just applaud you and the work that you're doing and those of you that shared your story. That's so brave of you. And to continue on the road to recovery is so very important because you have to do it for yourself. I wish that my sister had had this opportunity. She did have family. We tried. But as you know, when you are in the grips of addiction, it is very difficult to see the way out without additional support. And it's just not there, especially if you do not have the financial means for that. And so I thank you for what you're doing for the community. I hope that there will be other opportunities for that. I would just ask that we move through the process quickly so that you're able to help those that need to be helped, and we can get permits, et cetera, handled. So, thank you.
Well, after the three of you have spoken, I don't really think there's much to add, other than to say that I'll be happy to support this resolution. Go ahead.
I can remember the first time I sat up out the podium there and spoke to the Board of Supervisors 20-something years ago. And I watched people. It's difficult. It's difficult to get up in public for a lot of folks and speak. And I want to commend the folks who spoke tonight from the heart. You spoke very well, and you really gave us reason to support this. So we have a motion on the floor. Mr. Stevens, call the roll, please.
Ms. Null?
Aye.
Mr. McGlinnan?
Aye.
Mr. Hippel?
Aye.
Ms. Larson?
Aye.
Mr. Eisenhower?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Okay. We now move to our number 3 on our revised agenda is a vacation of rights of way parallel and perpendicular to Sycamore Landing Road. Morgan Reisinger to give the staff presentation. We'll give you a few minutes to let people settle. Thank you all for being here for that tonight. Okay, thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Chair and members of the board. Ms. Kellyanne Bialik, owner of 9936 Sycamore Landing Road, has requested that the Board of Supervisors vacate 2 rights-of-way that are shown on a plat entitled Plat of Property of Country Home Demonstration Club, which was recorded in 1928. The rights-of-way include an 18-foot wide right-of-way which runs perpendicular to Sycamore Landing Road within Ms. Bialik's property, and a 30-foot wide right-of-way which runs parallel to Sycamore Landing Road within Ms. Bialik's property along with Mr. David Lambie's property at 10,006 Sycamore Landing Road. No roads were constructed, and the rights-of-way remain as paper streets, which are inadequate to support the construction of new roads. Should the board approve the vacation of the rights-of-way, Ms. Bialik will be able to move forward with a proposed subdivision to consolidate the 6 small lots that are shown on her property, as well as with the vacated right-of-way. Staff has confirmed that Mr. Lambie is in support of the proposed vacation of the rights-of-way. Prior to this meeting, staff made a minor revision to Section 3A of the proposed ordinance to reflect Ms. Bialik as the current owner of the 9936 Sycamore Landing Road property. Staff recommends that the Board of Supervisors approve the proposed ordinance with the revision to vacate the rights-of-way. I'm happy to answer any questions that you have at this time, and Mr. Chase Grogg is also here in attendance and representing the applicant. Thank you.
Hey, do any questions for staff? Okay, thank you. And we don't have Planning Commission on this one, so I will open the public hearing. And we have Chase Gregg to speak, the applicant.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Chase Grogg with Land Tech Resources, 205 Bullifunds Boulevard, Sweet Williamsburg, Virginia. Don't have much to add, was just here in case you had any questions. Trying to consolidate 6 lots into 2 lots on that road. I think that's a good end to this, so Happy to answer any questions you may have.
Questions? Okay, thank you,
Thank
sir.
you.
And that's the only speaker card we have, so we'll close the public hearing. I'll look to the board for a discussion and a motion.
Move the motion.
Okay, we have a motion. Any discussion? Mr. Stevens, call the roll, please.
Mr. Hippel.
Aye.
Ms. Larson.
Aye.
Mr. McGlinnan.
Aye.
Ms. Knoll.
Aye.
Mr. Eisenhower.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Okay. Our next one is the resolutions of support for the Virginia Department of Transportation Alternatives Program fiscal years 2027 to 2028. Mr. Paul Holt to give the staff presentation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Good evening.
Good evening.
Every other year, the Virginia Department of Transportation invites localities to participate in the Transportation Alternatives Funding Program, which helps localities construct community-based projects that expand non-motorized transportation choices and enhancements. This program provides federal transportation funds to reimburse up to 80% of costs for qualifying projects, requiring only a 20% match for project costs from local dollars. In recent years, the county has used this funding source for projects such as moving the Norge Depot, restoring the Norge Depot caboose, and safe routes to schools infrastructure projects at James River, Clare Bird Baker, and Laurel Lane Elementary Schools. This year, staff is recommending 4 projects for the board's consideration. At your last meeting, staff went through the details of these projects, so tonight I'll just summarize them as a sidewalk along Ironbound Road from St. Bede's to Five Forks, a sidewalk project to connect residential areas to Matoaka Elementary, and another segment of sidewalk along Richmond Road in the Norge and Toano area. Staff has also proposed a road diet on Pocahontas Trail from Route 199 interchange to the City of Williamsburg municipal limits. For this project, the existing 5 lanes of traffic would be consolidated with the ability to use outside travel lanes as bike lanes. This is what the typical section would look like. You'll recall at your business meeting, you had asked what that might look like if the bike lanes were both on the same side of the road. And this example illustrates graphically how that would be set up. Changes in the funding program now require a public hearing for these applications and proposed projects. Following the proposed public hearing this evening, staff has provided a resolution of support for each project in your agenda packets. Excuse me. At your business meeting, the board expressed some hesitation on this Pocahontas Trail proposal. Staff noted that at this time, we don't yet have the details figured out on how the transition would be made in the area of Battery Boulevard and the Route 199 ramps. This is certainly now the area that can become the most congested during the day and during the peak hours. Should the board be supportive of the other 3 applications and want to postpone consideration of this particular application until the next funding cycle, staff can use the intervening time to investigate these concerns and bring back some more definitive information. Thank you very much, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay. Mr. Questions for Mr. Holt.
Mr. Holt, if I could focus in on the Pocahontas Trail question. I know that this has been an objective of the Historic Triangle Bicycle Advisory Committee for a long time, and that it is part of the effort to encourage alternates to vehicle traffic on the roadways. But I guess I'm wondering about what happens on the other side of 199, whether there's any connection at that point, especially as you think about the relatively heavy traffic in that area related to the brewery, to Busch Gardens, and so forth. Is there any plan for bicycle access along there?
Right now, there's not directly on the other side of the interchange. You know, as part of the work that the Regional Transportation Planning Group is doing as part of Trail 757,
Right.
you know, that connection would pick up further on down the road past the past Busch Corporate Center and past some of those. So it remains, that section would be a gap for sure. Again, sort of leads to some of those transition elements that we were talking about.
I think in the current status of the Pocahontas Trail, that this would be great, but I'm concerned a little bit about, quite a bit actually, about what potentially can be happening on that road as we see both the additional development that we approved recently of the transition of Fort Magruder Hotel into an apartment complex, and the potential for some additional development along that section of roadway, and the problem of the intersection, and then the impact that the sports complex in the city at the visitor center location may have on traffic heading toward 199 from the city. So I think it probably would make sense for us to delay consideration of this until we get a better feel for that.
And Mr. Holt, when we met, we talked about this, and that was my concern too, that we go ahead and do this and then we have to undo it in 4 or 5 years because we have more traffic than ever. So I would like to do that too. We just make a motion to do the first 3 and study this one more. Can we do that?
I've got,
After the hearing.
yeah, the other 3, I have no problem with. This one, as I stated in the last meeting, I have a whole lot of heartburn. We're trying to get roads and that sort of thing, and now we're gonna take roads away and make them bike trails that some people use and some may never use. And I just think it's just crazy to take a road and turn it into a bike trail that hopefully people use a bike trail, but when they get to the end of it at 199, I guess they turn around and go back to Williamsburg. It doesn't make sense to me, and I just go by common sense all the time. And but we're trying to get roads and as hard as it is for us to get a road, and then we're going to take a road out and use it for bikes. I could see if everybody just rode bikes, I'd say, yeah, we're all riding bikes now, so we don't need a car. But the development that might go down that road potentially in the future, and everything coming from Busch Gardens and what I stated last time, all the traffic coming down through there is going to eventually come through there. I'd rather see us ditch this effort and put our emphasis on some of the other sidewalks and that sort of thing that we need to connect to, that we don't have connectivity in the community and in the schools and that sort of thing, and put our efforts into that rather than this project. I'd like to see this one just die on the table.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, that's my,
That's
on
his
that one.
opinion.
Yeah, that's just my opinion.
That's just his opinion. Nobody asked you.
Yeah, that's right. All our buddies, we do a lot for transportation.
Okay. So any other questions for staff at this point? All right, we will open the public hearing. And I have one speaker card, and it's Mr. Chris Henderson.
Chris Henderson, 101 Keystone. I think I'm going to shock everybody and agree with Mr. Hippel that this thing needs to die on the table. It makes no sense whatsoever to take capacity out of a road where we have 100 acres of commercially zoned land, which is in short supply in James City County, and that we are going to need to pay for this municipal complex you're about to approve. We're going to need that built out to the maximum in order to generate tax revenue. Hopefully there'll be a hotelier that will want to build a nice facility there. But 20 years ago, God, I'm getting old, I helped Riverside Health System acquire the land for Quarter Path at Williamsburg. And it was the first time Colonial Williamsburg had ever sold land. And they did it because Centera was moving the hospital out of the city, and they wanted a hospital in the city of Williamsburg. And as part of that, Riverside acquired land in James City County, some of which has been developed for the new 7-Eleven, but most of it remains vacant and developable. There's also land that CW owns further down, but it is arguably the largest tract of commercially zoned land in the county suitable for immediate development inside the PSA. So I want to encourage you to preserve your road capacity and not dedicate it to bikes. We have higher and better uses for that highway. Also, the improvements along Ironbound Road to Five Forks should include upgrades at the intersection with four-way pedestrian control. There are a lot of folks, my office is right there on Venture Lane, right in Five Forks. So I drive through there 5-6 times a day. There are a lot of people that walk to Harris Teeter, to 7-Eleven, and all of that. And there's very little space from the edge of curb where people can safely walk and get out of traffic. So building a sidewalk along Ironbound Road will be very helpful, but it doesn't solve the problem at the intersection. Thank you.
All right, that's our only speaker, so I will close the public hearing and look to the board for discussion and or a motion. And let me clarify for this. We have three separate ones. We're going to not do one and just, do we have to vote the three independently, or can we vote them together? Okay.
So I would move the motion
that,
for the, with the exception of putting
Pocahontas Trail.
the
Pocahontas Trail.
Pocahontas Trail one,
Okay.
pulling it for,
pull
to be
that one for later.
further studied.
Okay. So
I'm going to shock myself in agreement with Mr. Henderson and absolutely speak. I do think that as we move forward, I was in Virginia Beach this past weekend for a wedding, and one thing that I found, even in the, you know, in the city, busy city, it was walkable. We could walk to, and we were not in near the beach. We were down near the bay, but we could walk to breakfast. We could walk to lunch because there was so much pedestrian sidewalks available and crossing, et cetera. So as we move forward with road improvements, I do hope that we continue to look at things like that. So, and I'm sure I've agreed with Mr. Henderson on other things, but I have to
I
take the
have
opportunity.
one additional question
Take
for
one, right?
Mr. Holt. On the one down along Ironbound down to Five Forks that we're talking about, do you know which side of the road that is planned for?
We don't. There's challenges on both. There's
Okay.
limited right-of-way on both.
Okay.
So that's something we're going to have to really dive into when we hit the engineering stage, but it would include improvements, pedestrian improvements at that intersection as well.
Okay, it would include it. Okay,
Yes,
very
sir.
good. And I will tell you on behalf of my constituents who live in the Meadows, they have been after me, that and Barron Woods and Brandon Woods, and they've all been after me for pedestrian access to that shopping center down there.
Yeah.
And I think it's been long coming, so I'm hoping we can get this started with that. So do we have a motion then from Ms.
Yeah, move the
Larson?
motion.
Okay. Mr. Stevens, call the roll, please.
Mr. McGlinnan.
Aye.
Ms. Knoll.
Aye.
Ms. Larson.
Aye.
Mr. Hippel.
Aye.
Mr. Eisenhower.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Okay. And we move to our last public hearing, which is the SUP 25-0003 / height waiver, HW 25-0001, James City County Government Center. And before we start the presentation, I would like to make one comment. There's apparently some great misunderstanding among folks in the community about what we're doing here tonight. The impression that was left is that we are actually doing the approval for the government center. This is a special use permit, which is merely a process of land use determination where we have to meet the comprehensive plan requirements, we have to meet stormwater requirements, we have to meet all the requirements that anybody else who would be developing a building this size would normally be. This is not a vote tonight to approve the funding or the final concept for this county complex. That will come later, and it will only come after we have had the final design review complete and a contract prepared for consideration. And I want to reassure folks in the community that when that information does become available, and it will be much more accurate information than we currently have, that it will be made available to the community. We will hold public meetings. My intention is to hold at least two public town halls on the issue in my district. I would encourage everybody else to do the same because I think we need absolutely maximum citizen participation and understanding of what's being involved in the whole thing before we proceed. So tonight is to do the special use permit, which would allow us to do it, doesn't require us to do it. So Morgan Reisinger, will you start with the staff presentation for us, please?
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the board. Mr. Bradley Reinheimer, Assistant County Administrator, has applied on behalf of James City County to construct a governmental office building exceeding 30,000 square feet of floor area and a public library at 5231, 5255, and 5301 Long Hill Road. The properties are zoned PL, public land, designated federal, state, or county land on the 2045 Comprehensive Plan land use map, and located inside the primary service area. The county conducted a space needs assessment in 2020 to evaluate office space needs for current and projected future staffing levels, and further conducted a facilities master plan and a building consolidation study in 2022, which found that the cost of creating a consolidated government office facility would be comparable to the cost of expanding and renovating existing facilities. The proposed site has the advantage of being adjacent to the recreation center and being located near the mean center of the county's population. In 2024, a stakeholder group was formed and public meetings were held to receive feedback from the community. Direction was also provided by the board for the site to include a branch library to address the facility needs for the Williamsburg Regional Library. Aligning with those studies and direction, the proposed master plan includes a government center building consisting of approximately 178,000 square feet of office space in 3 stories with underground parking and a public library. A traffic impact analysis for the government center and library projected at 315 AM peak hour trips and 377 PM peak hour trips will be generated to the site. The analysis recommended that the Long Hill Road and Depew Drive intersection be reconstructed as a 2-lane roundabout. The Depew Drive and Ashbury Lane intersection be reconstructed as a 1-lane roundabout. And the construction of a right turn lane and taper at the proposed site entrance that aligns with Grandstand Drive. Proposed condition number 4 will require these improvements to be completed as part of the project. With the improvements, all studied intersections will operate at a level of service C or better, therefore passing the adequate transportation facilities test. Approximately 551 parking spaces will be provided for the government center and library, as well as 289 parking spaces for the recreation center. Staff finds that this amount of parking and the ability to share the parking for all of the uses will be adequate. Landscape buffers will be provided along Depew Drive and Long Hill Road, meeting the zoning ordinance requirements for an average width of 50 feet and a minimum width of 25 feet. Additionally, proposed condition number 3 will ensure the facility meets the county's sustainable building policy. At its May 7th meeting, the Planning Commission voted 5-2 to find the proposal consistent with the 2045 Comprehensive Plan, as required by Section 15.2-2232 of the Code of Virginia, and voted 4-3 to recommend approval of the SUP to the Board of Supervisors. In addition to the SUP, the proposed master plan includes a retaining wall anticipated to be approximately 10 feet above finished grade. In accordance with Section 23-9.110B of the County Code, retaining walls exceeding 6 feet in height above finished grade require the issuance of a height waiver by the Board of Supervisors. Staff finds that the proposed retaining wall's location interior to the landscape buffers for the property will mitigate potential impacts to surrounding properties and roadways, and that the retaining wall is consistent with the criteria listed in Section 23-9.110B. Staff finds this proposal to be compatible with surrounding development and consistent with the 2045 Comprehensive Plan and zoning ordinance. Staff recommends the Board of Supervisors approve the SUP and height waiver, subject to the proposed resolution. I'll be happy to answer any questions you may have at this time, and Mr. Holt is here, of course, as well. Thank you.
Yeah. Questions for staff at this point? We'll next have a PC report from Mr. Holdeman, please.
Hello again. The Planning Commission found by a vote of 5-2 that the general or approximate location, character, and extent of the public buildings applied for in this case are substantially in accord with the comprehensive plan and applicable parts thereof. The Planning Commission further recommends by a vote of 4-3 that the Board of Supervisors approve this project with the following conditions, which will allow the county to meet the 5 points required by the special stormwater criteria for a land disturbance of this size. First, size the underground stormwater chambers to accommodate a 20% expected increase in precipitation due to climate change. Consultants use this figure in our watershed management plans. Second, for the outfall from the wet pond, which is channeled under Depew to a Chisel Run tributary, enhanced outlet protection measured by the pipe and channel outfalls. This stream is already impacted by stormwater based upon the Powhatan Creek Watershed Management Plan. Third, restore the Long Hill Rec Center property BMP number 074 JCC RC, which is already a stormwater ranked priority. These three will yield 5 points on the special stormwater criteria plan. Also, attach a condition requiring pre- and post-construction inspections of the stormwater chambers to A, ensure that they are built correctly, and B, to monitor the downstream effects over time, similar to the condition on the 2 Richmond Road solar farms recently approved. And finally, although not a condition, the Commission encourages county government to appeal to VDOT to lower the speed limit on Long Hill Road between Depew and the Williamsburg city line. Those in favor of the project made the following points. They support for the centralized location, they accept the need for the new building and cost efficiency as stated in the 2020 Space Needs Assessment and the 2024 Cost Comparison Analysis. Several commissioners support the new library, even with the shifting role of libraries. The comp plan, as I mentioned earlier, several of the commissioners recognize the comp plan consistency. Adequate stormwater protection with these conditions. Commissioners pointed out that the Planning Commission is to consider the land use and that cost is not our purview. And traffic circles should calm traffic on Depew whether or not Cardinal Ridge is built. Those who opposed this SUP made the following points. The nearby Cardinal Ridge project includes a proffer to pay for the roundabouts. If Cardinal Ridge doesn't happen or is delayed, then the county will pay for the road improvements, and that cost is not included in the $190 million estimate. Cardinal Ridge, if built, will require 4 lanes along Depew. It would be more cost-effective and safer to put in 4 lanes between the 2 roundabouts. Cardinal will push average daily trips to 18,000, higher than the 15,000 along Long Hill stretch that was recently widened to 4 lanes. Third, there is no fiscal impact analysis as required for other SUPs. The total cost will likely exceed $200 million, part of a $454 million total projects for 5-year CIP, plus the new fire station in years 6 and 7. The county was not able to meet school spending needs this year. We have a weak commercial real estate situation, which will hurt our ability to pay for capital projects. Number 4, a commissioner made a strong case for a referendum. Number 5, one commissioner sees the need, appreciates the need, but wants to wait for a definitive plan for the Eastern State Hospital property. There is no way to assess the traffic or stormwater impacts without assessing the cumulative impacts of the government center and the entire Eastern State development, not to mention the ballooning population in Stonehouse. Other topics for consideration at the meeting was the trigger for building the roundabouts. That was satisfactorily answered by Chief Reinheimer, not Chief, Mr. Reinheimer. When we discussed the timing for the roundabouts being built, we discussed solar energy. No decision has been made yet. We discussed charging stations. Yes, they are planned for the exterior of the building, not in the underground garage. Is there room for expansion? The plan, I guess, is if expansion is needed at some day, they would head toward the rec center or ball fields. And the commission discussed the economic uncertainty in light of federal cost cutting and possible tariffs. And that was the extent of the meeting. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Questions for Mr. Haldeman? Okay. Thank you. All right, so we are now down to questions. We'll open the public hearing, and the first speaker is Mr. Paul Holt, the applicant's representative.
Thank you again, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Here tonight, standing in for Mr. Reinheimer. My supplemental comments will be somewhat brief. I know that Mr. Reinheimer has shared the project details with you already as part of his ongoing series of monthly updates. And really, over the last several years, the board has been able to review all of the various studies and analyses that have led to this land use permit request, including development of the facilities master plan and future space needs study, to the reviews of the unsolicited proposals that have been received via the Public-Private Education Facilities and Infrastructure Act, it's a mouthful, PPEA for short, to previous public input opportunities, to approving interim agreements for design services, and reviewing progress via various milestones that have been reached to date. As you know, the current county complex was built in the late 1970s when the population was closer to 22,000. In just the past 20 years alone, the county's population has grown by more than 60%, and we're now a community of over 83,000. Some of these 45-year-old buildings are past the end of their useful life and are in need of major repairs, expansions, or upgrades to remain functional. You may even remember one of them didn't make it. We had to demolish Building C a number of years back. That didn't make it at all. In another 20, 25 years, our population is expected to be more than 100,000. And we need to be able to improve customer service delivery and increase worker efficiency to meet those demands and needs. Consolidating workspaces into one central location allows the county to reduce its needed space to approximately 180,000 square feet. Combining departments under one roof reduces redundancy in county buildings because departments can share common spaces like conference rooms, storage space, and break rooms into a single building, which is more efficient to maintain rather than multiple buildings. The new facility would be a one-stop shop for most citizen services, reducing confusion and improving accessibility for citizens. It will streamline communication and collaboration among departments, and it will greatly reduce the need for inter-office travel. The proposed location is near the county's population center and geographic center, along an existing WADA bus route, and it's close to Route 199 for access. Further, it makes use of land already owned by the county, so there is no need to purchase additional property for this purpose. The location is adjacent to the existing rec center for citizens, and the proximity to the rec facility and existing walking trails will provide a health and wellness benefit to county employees as well. In addition to approved customer service, convenience, and efficiency, at this location, a new government complex building becomes more visible and more prominently placed within the center of the community for both the existing population and the population yet to come. And the current proposal will meet space needs for service delivery for decades to come. Be happy to answer any questions.
Questions for Mr. Holt?
The questions regarding the traffic that Mr. Haldeman mentioned during the Planning Commission, the concerns regarding the possible development of Eastern State land and what that was going to mean and how much that had been taken into account.
It's been taken into account quite a bit. You know, we do have the benefit at the staff level of being able to really review the traffic studies for both proposed developments at the same time and working to coordinate those. I will say that the current proposal, based on the approved traffic study for the government complex, would only build those improvements necessary to support the county complex. You know, the Cardinal Ridge application won't be heard for many more months still to come. And rather than, can't really presume one outcome or the other. And so it really would not be prudent for the county to construct those improvements as part of this project, because we don't know what'll happen. We don't know the status of that application. Application still needs to be finalized. It still needs to go through the public hearing process. There's a lot. And so the current effort would really be to master plan the proposed road improvements so that this project can proceed, so that we can be into construction of the needed off-site roadway improvements at the time that we are under construction with the county complex, and also be at a point where whatever may or may not be approved with Cardinal Ridge could be added into it without negatively impacting it. And so in that sense, it's like any good master plan. We'd be able to master plan that in as part of the engineering and the technical review for those off-site roadway improvements. So it's being considered, but we're not proposing to build any of that as part of this project.
Okay. And if moving forward, we know that we are going to need additional school sites. And also, whether we stay joint or we separate, we know at some point the James Blair office complex for central office is going to have to be replaced, because that is part of a growth for Blair. So for me, I don't know this is so much of a question as, for me, I am very interested in this staying public land use. Is there any other tracts of land at this time that the county has, not this piece, that we own, where there could be a school site or a central office site?
None that readily come to mind. I mean, certainly the acreage that's needed for an office building is much different than the acreage needed for, you know, an elementary or middle or even a high school where that amount of land opens up. There's, again, that decision isn't being made tonight on where that might be or if it stays here or not. That'll be a separate decision for the board later on.
Right,
but-
I'm just asking if we have, at this time, if James City County owns a tract of land other than the one we're on and this one, where that is large enough for a school site.
No.
I think that's the two questions at the moment.
Questions?
Yeah, Mr. Holt, I just want to sort of set the expectations of folks who are here tonight to talk about the approval of this SUP. Just to kind of reiterate information that I know has already been made available to the public. We are not talking tonight about a referendum on whether or not to build a building, because that's not something that under Virginia law we would be able to do anyway. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And when we are talking about financing of this project, the referendum that could take place would be on whether or not to utilize general obligation bonds as opposed to other forms of financing of the building. And those general obligation bonds come with a very slightly lower interest rate, but prevent us in the future from refinancing debt in ways that we have in the past that has saved hundreds of thousands of dollars in the cost of construction.
Correct. Tonight does not have anything to do with financing at all. Tonight is only a land use permit question.
So I just want to make clear that people understand that Virginia law does not provide for a referendum on whether or not to have this in county governments. And secondly, that the general obligation bond is something that our financial advisors have not recommended that we move forward on, but rather take advantage of the flexibility that's available through other forms of financing.
Yes, sir.
Supervisor McGlynn, if I could just, I think, clarify, for sure, our financial advisors have not recommended the referendum due to the timing of getting into the market. Sometimes that works in your disfavor because there's a process when you go through the referendum of when you actually public hearings and can purchase the bonds. I do think they can be refinanced over time, so I just want to make sure that we don't let that go, that information, if you have GO bonds, they could be refinanced. We have done that in past years, but the timing of getting into the market with that sometimes works in your disfavor. So there are, and our financial advisor did not think that was advisable for us. So you're correct in that. And to Ms. Larson's point, I'm always at trouble if I contradict Paul, because he is very accurate. But when you talk about school sites, we own tracts of land. We have looked to see, are there any in a place where you need a school site? And for that answer, he's absolutely right. We don't have 100 acres in a place that would make sense for a school site, at least today or in the near-term future as we look forward in time. And we do own, the War Hill tract has a lot of space. That's not where we would recommend you're building a school. We have parks that have lots of land, and then we have some other ownership of parcels, but they're just not in the right locations in the county, in our opinion today, to serve our students. They may be in 20 or 30 years, but they're not in the next 5, 10, 15.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Hope? Okay, thank you, sir. Okay, our next speaker is Mike Joseph.
Good evening. My name is Mike Joseph. I live at 6631 Rexford Lane here in Williamsburg. And so I was here at last meeting and spoke against putting the funding for this new county office building and library in the budget. But the budget was approved with that in. So here I am again tonight, and it's in reference to tonight's vote on the special use permit for the new county office building and library. And I'm asking you please not to vote, actually to please vote against the special use permit at tonight's meeting. And the reason why. Well, I believe there should be a referendum for the funding of this huge capital project estimated at some $250 million and should be voted on by the general public in November's election. This has a huge tax burden on James City County and should have the public's approval. At last Board of Supervisors meeting, one of the supervisors stated that the 20-some people, and I was one of those, some people that spoke against including this project in the 2026 budget did not represent the general public in regards to this project. Well, I strongly disagree with the supervisor's comment. We should test this assumption and put a bond referendum on November's ballot. This is the only way to get a true feedback from the approximately 65,000 voters in James City County. So my recommended action is, I'm asking the Board of Supervisors to vote against the special use permit for this project tonight and vote to put a bond referendum on this November's election to fund the project. The other thing, an observation, was why are we funding a 25-year financial obligation for a new building that will run out of square footage requirement in 15 years? Why a new public library? With the latest technology requirements, do we really need a new library, or do we just need to utilize existing sites or meeting rooms, Zoom stations, and satellite locations? But the real question is, why are we taking on a 25 financial obligation for a building that's going to run out of space in 15 years? So now we're going to have to go around and find another 100,000 square footage. Okay, that's my comment. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Next speaker is Mr. Chris Henderson.
Chris Henderson, 101 Keystone. I hate to throw cold water on the love fest that we were having earlier, but I'm here again tonight to speak in opposition to the government complex. From a land use perspective, I think there are some major concerns that we should have relative to this project. It represents effectively spot zoning when we're dealing with the future development of over 600 adjoining acres. And the impacts of that on this project and on the roadways that are connecting to it need to be considered, fully vetted, and planned for. To build a 2-lane road and roundabouts and then have to experience another year of construction, ripping it out and building a 4-lane road makes absolutely no sense. So if you're committed to doing it, you might as well bite the bullet, build the 4 lanes. And I'm not a big fan of roundabouts, particularly when you're dealing with an entrance to a large commercial development that's going to have a planned grocery store, office buildings, and a density of apartment and multifamily development at that intersection with the county complex. I would tell you that you're setting yourself up for a problem, and that the traffic on Monticello works because the lights are signalized. There's not a single traffic circle on Monticello, and it works just fine. So I would say we probably better not proceed with a traffic circle at that location with that type of intensive development occurring right across the street. And going back over the history of the project, we were originally told that this project was an $80 to $90 million project. Well, today it's $190 million plus potentially $50 million for a library, plus untold millions in road improvements. And I don't believe that this includes the new furnishings, fixtures, and equipment that were displayed at your work session, which is all new work stations and all of that, that were drawn up by our architects and engineers at your workstation. So how much does that cost? Part of the comp plan says that this county will be operated in a fiscally responsible manner. And I would argue that taking on $500 million of debt is not responsible fiscally. You are going to put taxpayers in a situation where our tax rate will have to increase dramatically in order to pay for these improvements. It will also limit our flexibility on being able to respond to future needs should we find that separating our school system makes good sense for James City County taxpayers, students, and parents. We will not be in a position to borrow at the most favorable rate money that would be needed to build a new school office complex or a new school should one be needed. As for the school administrative complex, I actually did a study for them about 7 years ago, and I think Ms. Larson was on the school board at the time that we presented findings that said they didn't need 45 or 50,000 feet that they claimed they needed, but that based upon modern office layouts, they needed closer to 19 to 25, which gave them plenty of room for expansion. So, but I see now that we won't be able to accommodate a future school board building on this site because you're using the space for a library. And that was part of the sales point to all of this. Gee, we're going to have room to expand. Well, you've blown that argument out of the water because you're using it today. So I just think on balance, this is a solution that's looking for a problem. This complex is fantastic. This complex works. There's adjacent abundant land adjoining that could be developed at a much lower cost. And I would take issue with a cost comparison of remaining here and expanding on site versus a $250 million complex. Thank you.
Next speaker is Susan Franz.
Good evening, Susan Franz, 103 Cardinal Court, Berkeley District. I'm so glad to follow behind Mr. Henderson because basically he said in a much more articulate way than I could say exactly what I would like to say to you. So I would ask you to vote against the special use permit, and also the whole putting this up for a referendum thing is getting very, very confusing. In some way, shape, or form, this needs to be put before the public as far as the funding goes, and the public needs to have a say in spending this much money. And I know that there were comments made that, oh, only a few people showed up last month to speak about this. And I would like to say that meetings at 5 o'clock on a Tuesday evening do not make it very easy for most working people to attend. And so, you know, I don't know, is that intentional or not? I hope it's not intentional. I hope you really do want to hear from the public. But a lot of people, you know, you look at the age of the people here, most of us are retired. And we have time to have fun at Board of Supervisors meeting on a Tuesday evening. So I would just say that you might get more public input regarding this if people were able to attend. And I know they had the email way and that sort of way, but there's nothing like coming to a meeting in person. So thank you.
Next speaker is Charles Coldgrove.
Mr. Chairman, members, good evening. I'm Chuck Coldgrove, 110 Blackheath. I'd like to kind of follow on what other people have been saying. You know, you can't call for a referendum on a budget. We know that. But you can on a bond. But you're not going to do that because you're going to let the Economic Development Authority get the loan for this. And you appoint those members of that. And then the county will lease to own the building back from the Economic Development Authority. So it's a pretty neat way to get around to issuing the bond or a bond going to a referendum. But, and sir, I'm glad you mentioned the compliance with the comprehensive plan a little while ago, because on page 203, it does say the provision of public facilities will reflect what the citizens need, desire, and are willing to financially support. So I think a good way to find out if the citizens are willing to financially support that is to put it on a ballot, ask us. Give us a yes or give us a thumbs up or a thumbs down opportunity. So the second thing I'd like to bring up is in the same comprehensive plan on page 222 allows you to acquire land for, efficiently locate and design and construct new public facilities in a manner that facilitates future expansion and promotes the maximum utility of resources to meet future capacity needs. As Mr. Henderson already mentioned, the recent, you've had a space analysis or space needs analysis too. Page 212 of that said that the space needs for general county government are expected to total over 280,000 square feet in 2040. This has already been brought up. So that's only 15 years into the loan repayment from this project. And the building is about 100,000 square feet less than that. Okay, so you're out of space by sometime before 2040. So I guess the next question is, what do you do then? Okay, the third point I'd like to bring up is how are you going to pay for this? How are we going to pay for this? All right, the FY26 budget on page E2 says that increased revenue of 7% from biannual reassessments will be necessary. What happens if assessments go down? All right, and the other part of that is a 3% growth in the land book for the next 20 plus years. Is that not counter to what the limited growth concept in the comprehensive plan is today? I don't know, that's a question for you to answer. And you've also, like Susan said, you've mentioned that, people aren't coming to you to find out, to give you their input. And just like that, sometimes things aren't important until they're important. Okay, so if you don't give people the opportunity to be here at 5 o'clock, because for the last several years, people have just been working to make ends meet. If they can't be here at 5 o'clock because they're not off work yet, or they haven't fed the kids or whatever, you're not going to get that. So again, I'd really urge you, here's the ask, all right? Don't vote for the SUP, but put this on a ballot, because that's how you find out, if I go back to the first point that we made, that the public is willing to financially support this. Okay, that's all. Thank you very much.
Next speaker is Randy Mathis. You had to leave? Yeah. Okay, thank you. Next speaker is Kirsten Davis.
Good evening. I just want to thank you all so much. It takes a lot of courage for everyone to come up. It takes a lot of courage to sit in those chairs and hear all of us and hear our thoughts and concerns and to reflect that. And I just really appreciate you guys being here, and I appreciate the Boy Scouts in the back of the room. That's a long time to sit still. I have a 2-year-old boy, and I hope one day he'll get to be like you guys. I come before you tonight because I got a letter in the mail about this project, and I was so grateful for being informed about it, because I live right there, kind of where that corner of the screen is. That's my house, and I've lived there for 5 years, and I love it. And I'm raising a young family there. And I went to last month's meeting to address the speed limit on our road, because cars fly by, and it's pretty dangerous already. And I was so grateful, because I felt so heard during that meeting, and when they read over the issues, they brought up the speed, and I'm really touched by that. But I've had about a month to think about it, and I was really grateful, because the presentations last month, as I heard about it more and the land use impacts, made me realize how big this project is, and what we'd lose. There's a 2-mile loop. And I don't know if any of you walked it, but we have people who come in from all over. From Newtown, I have friends who drive in, Toano. People come to walk that loop. And it's pretty much businesses and schools when you're walking that loop. But there's one stretch where it's nature. And you have one stretch where there's beautiful woods. And for the first time, you can hear the birds. And people come and they walk. And it's beautiful. I get to see it through my front windows all day long. They come. And that area is quiet and calming. And what they're putting in is not, it had to come before you because it's so big. It brings a huge change. The letter I received talked about how anything that exceeds 30,000 square feet needs to come before the board. Well, 178,000 square feet is a lot more than 30,000. It's gigantic. And the library, like it's kind of on unnecessarily. I mean, I love libraries and I love reading, and my mom's a librarian, and so I feel her watching me. But we have a library that's a 6-minute drive for us, 13-minute bike ride. It's not far away. We already have one. Hearing the people talk about there's better places for it. And the city's government building, this is a residential area in a lot of ways on that side. It's homes. We've got young families, retirees, and we have small homes. There's no way for us to make our driveways bigger or add in round. Like, we're going to be backing in to some crazy traffic if this comes in, and it will be very dangerous. I told them at the last meeting, just the other year, we had our neighbor's chocolate lab got hit and killed on that road. It is dangerous and it is fast already. And if this goes in, I told my husband, if this goes in, we can't raise a family here. It's not safe. And I respect that this is your land and this is the city's land. And if this is the only place and the best place and the only way to do it, I respect that, and I respect your decision and your thoughts. But I would ask you if you could reconsider the use of this land here. Honestly, my thoughts during the Evolution House presentation was on how in such a technology-run age and in such a fast-paced world, it'd be really nice if we could leave 11.4 acres of woods where people from apartments, and we've got 55 plus communities in a house where we can still keep walking and hear the birds. And if not, and if you need this, we respect it. But if there was a chance we could keep a little woods and a little nature, I think that could be really powerful on the members of James City County and Williamsburg, because people from all over, and Tijuana, we're all coming in. Again, I thank you for your time, and I thank you for your consideration of this project. And I really appreciated when Ms. Larson asked about the traffic and the school, because there is a school in there, and you have school children walking down in front of my house all the time. And seeing those big roads come in is pretty scary with so many little ones around. And I just thank you again.
Thank you, ma'am. And our last speaker is Karen Rollins.
My name is Karen Rollins. I live at 4481 Powhatan Crossing. And I wish I had known when I looked at your agenda yesterday that we were actually voting on the special use permit. Because I like specifics and I like getting everything, correct. Anyway, that special use permit still leads to the building of this, what I would call a monstrosity. And therefore, I urge you to vote against the special use permit. From what I've heard, I haven't heard anything that convinces me this is essential. I hear convenience. I hear it's not going to cost that much because we have bonds, blah, blah, blah. I find that hard to believe. It's going to cost a lot of money. And, okay, you say these buildings are old. They can be renovated. And this particular one looks perfectly fine to me. I mean, that being said, I know there could be things behind the walls that need fixing. I, for one, am totally against what appears to me to be unnecessary development. And that's what I think this is. I'm against destroying beautiful land. That's what this would do. I'm against taking wildlife homes. That's what this would do. I'm against bringing more traffic into a residential area. That's what this would do. Want to do this, I definitely think it needs to go to a vote by the citizens. I guarantee you, most of the citizens in Williamsburg, James City County area are not aware of this, and they would vote against it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay.
I just quickly, Ms. Rollins had called me earlier, and I just want to let her know that our clerk will be reaching out to you tomorrow with the Planning Commission with the Planning Commission link and information for their agendas moving forward.
Thank you. I close the public hearing and look to the board for discussions and our motion.
Well, I got a few. We're the smallest triple bond rated community in the United States, the last I checked. And if not, we're near the top of the list of the smallest communities. But the last time I checked, we were. So I think that says a lot about our fiscal operations and how we operate in James City County. When I got on this board, we didn't have triple bond rating. Staff and this board has worked very hard to make sure that we are very careful on how we spend the citizens' money. We pay taxes too, so it's all of our money. It's y'all's and ours, and we are very careful about how we spend that money. And I was one who talked about 20 members. It was a comment made, and by Mike Joseph about comment about 20 people being here out of 85,000. Yes, I made that comment, and that's what was here, 20 out of 85,000, or 83,000 basically we have. So 20 out of 83, and you know, and it's not the time of the meeting. I work every day, and I do this job too, as well as a secondary job. And I have 7 children. I have 3 grandchildren now, and so there's a lot of responsibility there. And I'm able to make these meetings, and the reason that the meetings are earlier is so that we can get these through. I remember sitting here, and a few of the other members here as well before me, and I'm sitting here till 1 o'clock in the morning, taking care of meetings and trying to get things done and trying to move things forward. We would lose citizens because the meeting went on too long. And the citizens said, I can't stay up. And a lot of them were the older ladies and gentlemen in our community that said, I can't stay up past 9 o'clock. I can't come to a meeting that's going to be 11 o'clock when I'm finally heard. So I think, you know, this meeting time, it can go either way. It's very tough to figure out what is the best time. We think we've come up with the best time. We have more people come to meetings now than we did when they went late in the evenings. Let's see, what were some of the other things? Yeah, and I asked at the last meeting when I talked about not many people coming, I said, I wish there was 50,000. You go back and look at the report. I wish there was, 50,000 of the 83 citizens telling us what they thought. And this is not something that we started yesterday. And there was a flyer put out about all the things that are not totally correct. There is some truth in there, but like everything else, a piece of truth doesn't make it all 100%. So, you know, we try as much as we can to listen to every citizen. I know I do, and I know my board members here do, and try to get, and we want you to come out. We want you to come talk to us. We want you to tell us what you think. So if you think at any time that any comments we make up here are negative or nasty toward, they're not. They're just facts. And, you know, and I'm a meat and potatoes guy. I'm gonna tell you straightforward. I'm not gonna beat the bush. And I guess I'm not like your regular politician. I'm gonna tell you what's what and what's not, whether you like it or not. And I think honesty is the best policy. And I do appreciate everybody coming out and giving us your opinion, whether we agree with them or not. I mean, here, Chris and I agree and disagree. Today we had a couple agreements and a couple disagreements. And, you know, and even Ruth, you know, with, you know, had a couple of agreements and disagreements. And that's what makes it what it is and makes it good. So, you know, keep coming out, keep telling us what you think, and keep coming to the meetings. And we're trying our best to do what we can for the citizens. And I am very conscious, and I know the other members are, of how we spend every dollar in our community. And this project, and the board members here can tell you, when I got on here, I was talking about a county complex and having it under one roof. And I'll tell you, if you've got 1 minute, it started with in the volunteer fire department. It's assistant chief. We get a call that, hey, we got a storm coming in. So we go in there and we all come together at DOC, and from the county staff, the paid, the volunteers, everybody, what are we gonna do? What do we need to do for our citizens? 8 o'clock meeting in the morning. Okay, we leave, county staff goes back, tells all their people what's going on, what's happening, and all that, driving to different places and everything else to tell everybody what's going on. The storm changes like weather normally does. Now the storm's a category 4 hitting Hampton roads. Okay, now we have a meeting at 3 o'clock. Everybody drives back to that meeting. Well, that's where I first came up with a concept of having one single building. We have a meeting, we have an issue, we go to floor 3, 2, 5, whatever the floor is. And we have our meeting, we go back, tell staff, we're not riding around. We're taking land that we have now available and using it for school sites possibly, but also taking other land and putting it back into private sector that we own right now, we don't get any taxes on it. But if we can take that land and put it in the private sector, just think how much more taxes we'll get out of that, which is what we're looking at. We're also looking at how many vehicles we have and how many we won't need when we're in one building because we're not riding from building to building. Also looking on the citizen side, it's a one-stop shop. So you can go there and say, oh, no, you got to go to building A. No, that's over in building C. No, you got to go to building D. You got to building F. And now the C's gone, it's no need. So, but, you know, you can see where it gets so confusing. The library, we have that in our CIP to build a library in James City County. Most of our people have to go to Williamsburg to go to the library. And we're down on our numbers for having the square footage for libraries. So we look, that's already been in the CIP. So why not put it in this building at the same time that we're building something and save the county money? Because it's saving the citizens money. So those are just a few things, but you know, I've got a ton more. And they're all for the benefit of the community and the citizens. And I don't do anything for my benefit. I do this job because I love James City County and I want to see it the best it can be. And, you know, sometimes you'll agree with me, sometimes you won't, but that's okay. You know, that's the way it is. It happens that way. So I want to thank y'all all for coming out tonight. And I guess unless any of the other board members have anything to bring up, I'll move the motion when y'all are ready.
I just had a couple of thoughts that I wanted to say. One, I wanted to just follow up on the comment about the meeting times and going back to when I joined this board. Prior to that, and I think everybody up here is willing to put in whatever time is needed, because we've all served on boards that have started prior to this time. But there were times that this board, prior to my arrival, would go until midnight, 1, 2. Well, that's not sunshine either, as Mr. Hippel said. And so, you know, at least starting at this time, we do conduct the majority of our business in what I consider the sunshine. Plus, I think it is also important to remember that most of us do work. So by the time we do arrive here, we have put in a full day, which is fine. That's what we signed up for. But I don't think you want people making decisions at midnight on the regular. So, and when I sat and talked with Mr. Everson, met with him regarding the referendum, and here is the tough referendum question, because if you put it into a referendum, if that were possible, and it's going to probably be defeated. People are going to work very hard, probably several of you that spoke this evening, to make sure that it's defeated. And then we're faced as a board with the fact that we have had a space needs analysis done. We have our administration who has told us we do not have enough space to continue to operate like we are. We need more space, and we are not meeting the needs of our county. And so then we're going to have to come back and we're going to have to vote to do something anyway. And then we're going to get accused of not listening to the referendum. Well, no, we weren't able to listen to the referendum because we've studied something since 2020, and we're being told by people who are experts in this area that what we currently have is not meeting the need. And in order to renovate, we're going to spend almost as much money as if we build a new building that will fit our needs longer. And so you're busted. You did it anyway. Yes, because that is the position that we are in, is to make decisions that best serve our county and the citizens of the county. And as I said prior, this is for the SUP. It's not for the building. That is supposed to come to us September. timeframe.
yes,
At which case there will be a decision that needs to be made. And we all know costs are rising. What does that look like? But if that's not the direction that we go in, we're going to have to go in some direction to address the future needs of our county. And it's probably going to cost a great deal of money because we are not prepared in our current situation to face the future. And so I'm going to support the SUP, and I'm going to continue to talk to the administration, listen to Mr. Reinheimer as he comes and speaks to us every month. And we have lots of conversations with Mr. Stevens regarding this. It is something that is constantly being talked about, studied, and to make sure that decisions are being made that are in the best interest. I am concerned about the traffic. I think Mr. Haldeman brought up some very valid points at the Planning Commission meeting. You know, there's a lot that needs to be looked at, but I think that there is a decision to be made about how do we best serve the citizens moving forward. And this is what, after 5 years, this is the conclusion that has been reached at this juncture.
I think Ms. Larson and Mr. Hippel have said very clearly that there is a real need to move forward. And I think that it is important for us to understand that we have not made any secret of the need for the space, nor the proposal that came to us. Somehow or another, some people have missed it. But I can recall being in a full house at Legacy Hall with a presentation made on this proposal, and where people asked lots of good questions, raised lots of interesting possibilities, but where we did not hear that this was outrageous and impossible to do. I think we do have to understand that costs today are not what they would have been in 2000. That when we think about the level of borrowing, unfortunately, you know, those costs are much higher in dollars, but just in the same way that much else in society has increased dramatically in size. But it is also important for us to understand that this board and previous boards have put in place policies that have earned us those AAA ratings, that have said, for instance, that we will not have a level of debt that would exceed 3% of the real estate and property, personal property values of our county. And do we do that? Not only are we less than 3%, I believe the numbers are below 1% of the total. I
need to confirm that, but you're right, we're below 3%, yes.
Yeah,
sir.
that we have a limitation that we have imposed on ourselves, not imposed by state law, not imposed by the financial markets, but something that we can take to the financial markets and say to them, we won't do more than this because we are planning carefully for our futures. And so, yes, it will push us close to those limits in a lot of instances to do all the things that we have to do right now. But then as we move through the next couple of years, a lot of debt that we had taken out previously to do things like build 3 schools in 1 year will be rolling off. And we have planned that $450 million is a 5-year plan, not an expenditure today. The question is, how much is our debt service going to cost? Not how much is the total bill going to be. Ultimately, you will pay that total bill, but actually, some of us will not be paying that bill. Just saying, but that bill will be paid for by future residents to the county who are going to benefit from those buildings, but are not currently going to be responsible for the costs. And so rather than imposing that cost entirely on large numbers of people who every year will have to be facing the possibility that we're engaging in capital improvements renovations of buildings that we're going to try to hold together for another 20 years, or expand buildings that were never designed to be 2 or 3 times the size of what they are now, that we'll be really planning for the future, preparing for the ability to address those concerns. And so when I think about the numbers of times that this plan, this proposal has been in the public media, recognizing that not everybody gets newspapers in physical form on their driveways in the morning, not everybody goes on the websites of various news sources, but that information has been out there. And all I guess we would ask is that in addition to your kind of response to, well, this seems like an awful lot and we ought to be going for a vote, take a look a little bit more deeply into what we have been doing over the years to try to prepare to meet the needs of the county today, tomorrow, and into the future. So I'll certainly support the SUP this evening to move this process forward.
You have Barbara, you have any comment?
Just, I'm torn on this because I wasn't here in 2020 to vote on all of this and to be a part of it. I just have had a lot of pushback from residents, upset that they didn't get to vote on it. And I know you had hearings and so forth, but again, you know, we have people out there that know nothing about what's going on. And then if all this goes through, they turn around and go, well, what the heck happened? You know, and then you have to say to them, well, where were you? You know, it's your obligation also to be informed of what's going on. So I've just had a lot of negative things coming to me and emails and so forth. And, you know, the comp plan does say the provision of what public facilities will reflect what the citizens need, desire, and are willing to financially support. And I think a lot of people don't think that we should be taking on this debt. However, I just read the Code of Virginia, and it says, what does it say? No city or town shall issue any bonds or other interest-bearing obligations which, including existing indebtedness, shall at any time exceed 10% of the assessed value, and we're nowhere near that, right? So in determining limitation for a city or town, there should be not included in the following case. There's a bunch of certificates of indebtedness, bonds, and so forth. So we do have the money, but people are concerned, you know, still about their property taxes going up 21%, which is not what happened. The assessments went up, the tax rate stayed the same. I don't know if that's going to change in the future or so forth. But if we can cover all of this money, and this has been in the planning for over 5 years, so I kind of hard to tell, for me to say after 1.5 years being here that this is wrong, or we shouldn't be doing it, or it's not in the good faith, or it's not for the people. Well, actually, it is for the people, although it is a huge undertaking and it's a huge building. I'm very fond of restoring properties, using properties that we have, fixing up here, using the extra land here. If we needed another middle school, we've got the land here to do it here. So I just I'm torn by it, I really am. And it's very hard for me to discuss this because I've had so much pushback to me personally. So I won't vote for it, but that's because I know how people are going to scream and yell at me more, trying to get thicker skin, you know, but I know it's going to go on. You only need 3 votes, so that's why I'm going to vote no.
I did,
All right, go ahead.
I just wanted to make one comment. So I was talking to a friend on the way over here, and I was talking about I'll just take the last 24 hours. And I don't want anyone to misunderstand, because I think sometimes there's a misconception that we just make a decision and we don't think about it. And I certainly, well, I can speak for my colleagues because they're all people that take this role very seriously. And I made a comment that I'd really like to get the last 10 hours of sleep back because it is concerning and there is a lot of thought that goes into it. It's not willy-nilly. It's not, when you're talking about spending taxpayer dollars, there isn't not a concern. Oh, well, everyone up here, whether we agree politically, don't agree politically, we all take this role very seriously and are not flippant about the dollar amount and how that is going to come to be. And it's just important to me because I know that I think about decisions that I'm about to make here constantly. And there's a lot of talking that goes on, not amongst us, but to the administration, to get facts, to get figures. And I know that all of us do that. So, sorry, Mr. Hipple, if I interrupted you.
Oh, no. One last thing before I bring the motion forward. We fix what we have or we build something new. And like I've said before, I'm meat and potatoes, I'm straightforward. It would be stupid to try to fix and add on to buildings that cannot. I do this for a living. And there's certain times you can't save something and you need to redo it. Oh, we could add on to something. We could add on to this. We could put a roof on. We could do this. We could do that. You still have an old building with old bones and problems with it, and you're going to add on to it. So then we're taking good money and putting it into a bad building. So to me, that is not doing what needs to be done for the citizens. I'm wasting your money. Instead of sitting there and looking at it and go, yeah, it's a lot of money. It is a lot of money. There's no doubt about it. But it was a lot of money when we did the police station. Look how long that's going to last us. We don't have to worry about that. There were people talking then, we shouldn't do this. You're building this, and you're building this wonderful building and all that for the police officers. That building's working great for the officers. But at that time, there was pressure on the board not to build that. And it's the same thing with this. We go ahead and add on to the buildings that we have here. First off, it's on the far end of the county. Everybody lives up my way understands it, and your way understands how far it is to come over. And it is centrally located where we want it. I wanted to put it in War Hill, but majority outrules, and so we're putting it where we're putting it. But that is centrally located, and we pulled the maps out and drew lines and everything to see where the center of the community was. So we get close to everyone we could get to. And so to sit there and go, okay, this needs to be done with two options. Build something new for 50 years that we're not going to have to deal with, and have one place where we have less staff maintaining all the buildings and the ACs and the plumbing. County administrators building got torn up not long ago because the pipes in the concrete were stopped up so bad they started leaking everything. Had to tear up all the concrete. You go in there and you'll see a whole different pattern down the hallway where they had to tear up the concrete. And they're still going to have to do more to it. They didn't fix it. They repaired it enough, but staff was in again, said we could either do this and tear everything up and spend a lot of money or fix this one item. And staff's very good about saying, you know what, if I can put a Band-Aid on it, for now we will. And if you toured some of the buildings we own and looked at them, and it's easy to sit there and say they're not like that, and sit there and see some of the buildings we have, and like Ruth said, it looks like MASH 747, 760, whatever MASH thing was in. It looks like the daggone old setup junk they had then. And they're making it, and they're doing it, and not complaining. And because they're paying taxes, just like we are. And just like you are. We're all paying those taxes. So to throw money away in an old building just because you think you can save some. Remodeling a lot of times costs more in the long run than build new. I know, I do it. And then you disturb everything gets messed up. So we've looked at that for years. I've talked about it till this board's ready to throw me off about what we need to do, what we should do, what can we do, how can we, and we're all now looking into the future. What is the best thing to put in there? What's the best way to spend the money? And that's why the board didn't agree with me when I started talking about this. They didn't agree with me at all. They're like, you done lost your mind. And then we did space studies and everything else. And they said, you know, we do need this. Talk to administration. We do need it. Talk to all the staff members. We do need certain things. We can't grow anymore with what we have. So unless do you have anything you want to add before I bring the motion forward?
I have one thing.
Yes, sir. Go right
I would
ahead.
like to, if, for those who are interested, on page E1 of this year's budget, there are 3 goals that we set as part of the strategic planning process. The first is that our outstanding debt shall not exceed 3% of the assessed value of real estate and personal property. And for the fiscal year 2024, we were at 0.9%, not 3%. It is projected that in the first year of this budget, that number will rise to 1.1%, with a 3% goal, which would be something that would be impressive to those rating agencies that determine the conditions under which we receive financial support. Annual debt service requirements should target 10% or less and shall not exceed 12% of the total operating revenue. And in 2024, that number was 7.1%. Not 10% and not 12%. Okay. The 10-year payout ratio of debt shall be targeted at a minimum of 50% of the total outstanding principal. Now, obviously, this will add to the debt that we would have to do, but currently, at least in 2024, we were at 87.6% of that. Half of the debt would have been paid off within a 10-year period. And even with the borrowing that we will have to engage in, we will still be above that 50% goal. So again, we set goals that are fiscally responsible, that say we want to do more than just the minimum expected of us. We want to be in a strong position so that when we go out to lending agencies or rating agencies and ask them to give us the benefit of recognition of those policies, we are meeting and exceeding those targets in all 3 cases of significant fiscal policy. So I think that is an important context for us to think about as we talk about what is obviously a very high dollar amount, but one which reflects the reality of the construction industry today and the economy in general.
Okay.
So thank you.
My turn?
Mhm.
A couple days ago, flyers started showing up in my district, outlining 4 points, which I find some basis in partial fact. Some were what I would call great stretches or fabrication. And it is it's an anonymous flyer, and I won't digress much more than that at this point, because that has little to do with the actual SUP we're approving, but it does speak to one of the things I think is important in this entire process, and that is citizen participation. And I don't know who put the thing together. We probably will never know. But I will congratulate them on one are two aspects. Number one, it made people more aware that something's going on. We got a lot of people out here who have not paid attention to this thing at all. So now people are paying a little more attention. And I think better involvement by our citizens is the key to understanding and this entire process. They listed my phone number and my email. I think I received probably in the vicinity of around 100 emails. Based on the flyer, it's not unexpected that most of them were negative, although there were some positives. I really appreciated the fact that my phone number was there because I've answered the phone a whole lot more than I have in a long time. I've talked to more constituents in the last couple of days than I have in the last 2 months. You saved me the problem of going out and beating on people's doors because now they're calling my phone. And I found, almost without exception, that they're either people who are very clearly don't want to do anything, period. They don't want to do anything. Or there are people who were alarmed by the flyer, who when I talked to them and explained some of the things that we've been talking about up here, I found quite often at the end of the conversation, I had people say, oh, okay, that makes sense. I'll support you. So I think that the ongoing benefit of all this is going to be that when we do get the final approval or the final design, and when we do get the final contract language, that I think we are obligated to make an extra effort to engage the community. And I've already done 2 town halls at which this has been a discussion topic. And until this weekend in this flyer, every time we discussed it, every time we laid out all this information here, I had good positive feedback. Some people didn't like it as much, some people liked it more, but I never had the kind of negative reaction that this flyer has generated. And I think the difference is because the context and the information that's being provided. So what we need to do as a board is we need to continue this process by holding town hall meetings, I believe, in every one of our districts. 2 of them if we need to in each district. I don't care how many it takes. When we have the information, I think we need to make it available for people to come sit and listen and look at it and make a determination on what they want to tell us so that we can get that feedback. I think that that's an integral part of what we're going to have to do when we get to this place. Now, I will say that there's an awful lot of, I do think that citizen participation is important. I do not think, to be quite honest with you, that the limitations that we have on a referendum would make a referendum that was as meaningful as you would like to hope, because the referendum would be about a method of financing, not about the project itself. We're not legally allowed to ask, do you want to build it or not build it? We're only legally allowed to ask, do you want to finance it this way or do you not want to finance it this way? There's a fine distinction there. So what I'm concerned about is that when we get to this process at the end of the day, we need to make sure that people understand clearly what's at stake. And I think Ms. Larson made a good point. If you decided that you didn't want to do this complex the way we're proposing it, and you said, oh, just go fix it up, we would be spending roughly the same amount of money for an inferior product. I sort of equate it to my old 21-year-old Crown Vic that I had. It's a good old piece of property. It was paid for. But it got to the point where it was costing me more to maintain that old car than it would cost me to buy a new one. And so I went out and I bought a new one. I think we owe it to the citizens of this county because there's a clear need for this. Some people will disagree with that, but I think we can make a pretty compelling case, and I think most people recognize that there's a clear need for the space. And the question is, are we going to spend your money wisely and get a quality product that lasts a long time? Or are we going to have to be forced into doing an inferior product that's going to cost as much money and not serve as long? Because ultimately, we're going to have to do one of the two. This is not a question of doing it or not doing it. It's a question of how we do it to meet the needs of the community. With that, I will ask for a motion.
All right. I'll bring a motion for approval of SUP-25-0003/W or HW-25-0001 James City County Government Center.
Mr. Stevens, call the roll.
Mr. Hippel,
Aye.
Ms. Larson,
Aye.
Ms. Knoll,
No.
Mr. McGlinnan,
Aye.
Mr. Eisenhower.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Okay. All right. We are now down to board requests and directives. And
Light, I've talked enough
I need to, I guess when we start here, I need a motion to amend the board's calendar of important dates to add the county's Juneteenth celebration on June 17th, 2025 at 11 a.m. at Freedom Park.
Motion? Oh.
Okay, we have a motion. Mr. Stevens, call the roll, please.
Mr. Hippel.
Aye.
Mr. McGlinnan.
Aye.
Ms. Knoll.
Aye.
Ms. Larson.
Aye.
Mr. Eisenhower.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Okay, do we look to the board for additional board requests and directives?
Okay, I want to announce that Mr. Hippel and I are having a town hall at Croker Library on the 30th of June at 6:30. And we'll take more questions and we'll
Anything to
discuss
go.
whatever. And we'll have, Mr. Holt will be there, Mr. Stevens will be there, and probably Mr. Purse. So get your questions ready and we'll welcome you there. I went yesterday to a ribbon cutting at NES, which is a strange name. It's for a new outdoor, it's for a cornhole franchise. It's in the old Haynes building at the outlets. They've done a beautiful job in there. They're going to have a juice bar, a regular bar, food, and playing cornhole and meeting center. So if anybody wants to go there, so I can't wait to take my grandchildren and I can have a glass of wine and they can do what they want. But I think that's, anytime we get new business is important in our business. We can't have all these empty retail spaces and fun. And so it's not retail, it's fun. It's entertainment, it's not retail. What else did I went to the War Hill High School graduation. Mr. McGlennon and I were there and Amanda Batten. It was lovely. An hour and a half. It went really quickly. And Mr. Holt's son graduated. Mr. Hippel's son graduated. So we congratulate them. And I enjoyed it. And so next year we'll do it again. I can't remember everything else I've done. I've met with a bunch of constituents about things. Meeting tomorrow. I've got 3 meetings tomorrow. One, I'm going to those new apartments that are up there on Croker Road. The 200 apartments up there on Croker Road that are supposedly income friendly, I guess. I don't know. I'm going at 11 o'clock tomorrow to that. And then I'm meeting with the Historic Tawano group. They're having some kind of little issues up there, I guess, with vandalism and so forth. So a police officer will be there. We'll be discussing that. And then in the afternoon, I'm meeting with a proposal maybe for a plan to bring some more business into my district. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Stevens, have we done the voting delegate for the NACO?
I don't believe so. No matter.
Yeah, so I think we need to do that.
Should we,
prior to.
Can I move that Ms. Larson be designated as our?
Well, it should probably.
Ms. Knoll?
It should probably be Ms. Knoll because
You
I
already
am
have her
actually
vote?
the credentials chair.
Okay.
So I
Okay.
will not,
Well,
I
then
will be
move
on the
that
dais.
Ms. Null be our designated voting delegate.
Okay, and do you mind
And-
asking if I could be, if you could amend your motion, that I could be the alternate in
And-
case Ms.
And
Knoll
that
is
Ms.
not?
Larson
Thank you.
would serve as alternate.
Thank you.
Aye.
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 Okay, thank you for that. Because we got the credentials report and I didn't know if we were on there. Couple things. I attended the Literacy for Life Celebration of Lifelong Learning. Believe Supervisors McGlennon and Eisenhower were there as well. And that is always just a very, it's moving, it's a moving time to listen to the people that have come here and what they have wanted to accomplish. And they want to be United States citizens. They want to do different training and education, and then the incredible volunteers and staff for that organization. It's just, I was just pleased to be there, and it was their 50th anniversary. One thing that I did want to speak, and I attended the open house for Colonial Aesthetics, which was very, very popular. They had many, many people there. But I wanted to talk about speed limits, if I could. It's very frustrating exercise because I understand in counties, VDOT decides our speed limits, but I believe there is some leeway for the county administrator to be given some authority there, Mr. Kinsman, for residential, or?
I believe that's correct. I'd have to look that up, but I think we've talked about that before.
Yeah, I would be interested in something. I know that Mr. Stevens is probably like, no, please. But it's a constant source of frustration for citizens, especially in neighborhoods. I don't know how we have a limited number of police that are on the road, but I'd like us to talk about that moving forward. And I'm going to say, that Green Springs, again, another Green Springs, road, the speed limit there is 45, and I feel that is it's too fast. There's many neighborhoods. It's a very dark road because of the tree canopy. And I just think 45 is just not safe. And I know we've talked to VDOT about it numerous times. They're not willing to look at it, but I want to let people know that contact me that we have talked with them. I would like to see that changed. I don't know if that's going to be in your purview or not, but if it is, I'm going to be talking to you about it. Because I do think that it's too fast and needs very much to be looked at. And I missed graduation. I think it's my first one I've missed in many, many years. Congratulations to all the graduates. No matter what your next step is, please just go be good humans and contribute to society.
The GED one with us.
I did, which I was very glad that I got to attend that. So didn't get to attend the one on Saturday. Thank you.
So it is graduation season, and I've got a few things I want to just mention. That on May 28th, I attended the GED graduation ceremony at Jamestown High School. Very inspiring as always, and really great to see people recognizing that even though they didn't succeed necessarily in the traditional classroom setting, that there was a way for them to pursue their dreams and get their high school equivalency, and so that was great. On May 30th, I attended a graduation ceremony. I think you were there as well, Ms. Larson, for Head Start transitioning students. Oh, you were not? I'm
No,
sorry.
but
Okay.
thank you.
Well,
Yeah.
but
I was there in my heart.
yes,
Thank
the
you.
Head Start transition to kindergarten, which was a great, fun ceremony. Wonderful to see the 6 classes of preschoolers getting ready to move on to kindergarten. They sang, they danced, they proudly proclaimed their success, and it was just great. I also attended St. Stephen's preschool graduation ceremony the same day because Leah, our neighbor, was getting her transition up to kindergarten as well. On June 7th, I got out my 3 ties. And at 9 o'clock attended the Jamestown High School graduation, and later on that day learned that Jamestown had won the state's track and field title for their division, which is just fantastic. Then changed into my blue and gold for Lafayette High School, where I heard that they had in their graduating class earned $5.1 million in scholarships. And then along with Ms. Null was at the War Hill graduation as well, where things were a little looser because it was at 6 o'clock at night, and everybody was really celebrating
As it always
phenomenally.
is.
Great to hear the orchestras, the choruses, they are just terrific. The principals gave wonderful speeches. The student speeches were always uplifting what we could hear of them. We want to do something about speakers for next year for the platform, but all that was great. Shifting gears, on May 29th, attended Senator Mark Warner's Affordable Housing Roundtable that he held for the greater Williamsburg area. And on June 5th, let me thank Supervisor Knowles, Supervisor Larson, Supervisor Eisenhower, our county administrator who played Phil Donahue, for those who still remember him. And I really appreciated the support from Teresa Sayed and Anya Eckhart and Chris Williams from our staff to make sure that the Coalition of High Growth Communities was a successful event. We had folks from as far away as Fairfax County and Loudoun, Prince William, Albemarle, all the way down to Chesterfield and out to Chesapeake. So it was a great group of folks, and we heard some very interesting presentations. On June 2nd, I visited with Williamsburg Regional Library's Senior Cafe at the Abram Frink Community Center. It's hosted by Aletha Davis from Williamsburg Library staff, who just works tirelessly at outreach. She is unbelievable. And they had a great luncheon for the folks who showed up. And I can tell you that it's a great place to find out what's on people's minds and to find out everything that's going on in the community, because they have their ears open. It's a great opportunity for senior citizens to get together and share their thoughts, ideas, and interests. Went to Literacy for Life. You know, the thing that really struck in my mind is the fact that Literacy for Life announced that they had in this year's group 79 different countries represented among those who were benefiting from their services, who speak 47 different languages. Not all of them speak all 47, just there were 47 languages represented. On June 3rd, went to, that's Literacy for Life, got that one taken care of, okay. Almost done. June 6th, I went to the Grove Block Party that Cherie Belford talked about a little earlier. It was put on by Parks and Rec especially, and we had volunteers from the Walmart Distribution Center and from the U.S. Coast Guard base in Yorktown. Terrific block party, everybody had a great time. It was actually comfortable in terms of the weather, which is rare for the Grove Block Party, where it's either 100 degrees or pouring rain. But it was a great experience for everybody involved. And then on June 9th, which was yesterday, I think, right? I was invited to, along with Mr. Stevens, to attend the Chamber of Commerce's luncheon that they organized to welcome the U.S. President of Kongsberg, the Norwegian aerospace and defense company that is building a $100 million plant in James City County, and will be initially employing about 200 people in their facility. I have to say I was impressed with the Chamber's ability to bring in such a wide range of interests, from Dominion Power to Chesapeake Bank, to the college, to Virginia Peninsula Community College, Workforce Development Council, and the Hampton Roads Alliance. I could go on and on and on, and I already have. But it was a great opportunity just to spend a little bit of time with the the president, Heather Armentrout, who is going to be a real great person to work with. And I think she will be spending a lot of time in the area. She also said that there will be some folks coming over from Norway to help with the beginning of the company as they set up, and that many of them will be wondering about the schools that their kids might attend. And I said that I hoped they would think about Norwich Elementary.
Look at you.
Yeah, just make them feel at home. So that's it. I'll stop now.
So just a couple things. I forgot to mention that I am working on a town hall. I want to make, since you've mentioned that, Latara is helping me to get that straight. Most likely will be in September. Just trying, and Mr. Hipples said he'll come right over to the Berkeley district as well. So look forward to that. He's just going to make the rounds. But you mentioned interesting presentations, but you didn't mention what one of them was, which was that Delegate Bulova did one on the impact of what is happening at the federal level to Virginia, which I thought was such an interesting presentation.
Mm-hmm.
And so I thank you for getting that. And I also think it's worth recognizing that you taught him, and then his son won the John McGlennon Scholarship. So I think it's good to recognize that your reach is far, and I appreciate that.
Well, thank you very much. David came in very smart, and he has continued to excel. I mean, it was a phenomenal presentation that he made.
It was really good.
Well, I attended the Literacy for Learning as well, and that's always an impressive ceremony. And I was particularly struck by the fact that we had 22 new U.S. citizens out of that group. So that was very impressive. And I really thoroughly enjoyed the Coalition High Growth Communities meeting, because we get into some very interesting things that I think where we can find common ground with other areas.
And also, I want to mention Mr. Holden, 3 members of the Planning Commission attended that session as well.
Okay.
So appreciate that.
Okay,
very
I
much
think
as well.
that's if that's all everybody has, I will look to the reports of the county administrator.
Chair, members of the board, just a couple items. Our Newtown Tune series is underway with June 11th and June 18th are our last 2 concerts. So if you've missed it, June 11th or June 18th, 5 o'clock behind Legacy Hall. So encourage you to come out and attend one of those. They've have been a hit again this year. I mentioned our Recreation Center pool is closing. It will be inconvenient for about 5 months, a little more than that. But mid-June it will close as we get on really the 40th anniversary of the pool. And then we'll make improvements to the facility. So when we reopen it in mid to late November, it will be good for another 20, 30, 40 years, whatever that time frame is. If our patrons have concerns over what does that mean for their membership, call the Rec Center. We will work with them, 259-4200. Again, 259-4200. But the pool will be closed June 16th through mid-November at the Recreation Center for renovations. And then finally, I would like to say thank you to a group of employees that have worked really hard on the Government Center and getting it to the place tonight with the SUP. There has been multiple employee committees led by staff of Brad Reinheimer, involving Paul Holt, Grace Boone, Cher McCarthy, and Patrick Page, and their respective staff members. So we've had dozens and dozens working. We've had a lot of employee input as well as some public input, trying to make sure we are presenting a product that the community would be proud of and that would serve us, as Mr. Holt mentioned, into decades into the future. So I just, whether it moves forward or not in the fall, I definitely want to thank them for their time and effort, because they have put a lot of effort into it and a lot of hours. And I just want to thank them since you've made this milestone tonight of approving the SUP. So thanks to those that are here and thanks to those that aren't. But we'll see where we end up come fall.
Okay. All right. May I have a motion to enter closed session for the following: discussion of the award of a public contract involving the expenditure of public funds and the discussion of the terms or scope of such contract where the discussion in open session would adversely affect the bargaining position or negotiating strategy of the public body pursuant to Section 2.23711A29 of the Code of Virginia and pertaining to the contract for the joint operation of schools between the county and the city of Williamsburg.
So moved.
We have a motion. Mr. Stevens, call the roll, please.
Mr. Hippel.
Aye.
Ms. Knoll.
Aye.
Ms. Larson. Aye. Mr. McGlinnan.
Aye.
Mr. Eisenhower.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Okay, we are in closed session. open session.
Mr. Chairman, I move to certify that we only spoke about those items we indicated we would speak about going into closed session.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Stevens, call the roll, please.
Mr. Hippel.
Aye.
Ms. Knoll.
Aye.
Ms. Larson.
Aye.
Mr. McGlinnan.
Aye.
Mr. Eisenhower.
Aye.
Motion carries.
All right.
Motion to adjourn to 1 PM on June 24th, 2025 for our business meeting.
Mr. Stevens, call the roll.
Aye.
Ms. Knoll. Ms. Larson. Mr. McGlinnan.
Aye.
Mr. Eisenhower.
Aye. We are adjourned.